Chapter 796. The wall has collapsed. The wall of Rome has finally collapsed. Amidst the cheers of the Legion of Dionysia in front of the trench, a small section of the southwest wall of Rome in front of them roared, and the ground trembled. A cloud of dust rose up, accompanied by the screams of the Roman soldiers. After a while, when the dust dissipated, a large gap on the wall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was in the shape of an inverted trapezoid, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The width of the gap was about 4 meters, and it was more than 3 meters from the ground. After the stones and sand collapsed, it naturally formed a slope on both sides of the gap. Rush over. Attack the city of Rome. The soldiers of the Dionia Legio, 4 near the gap, were very excited. They stepped on the bricks and rammed earth on the ground, ignoring the fact that they might fall, and quickly rushed to the gap. The defenders on the city wall, who had just been shocked by the collapse, also recovered at this moment. They ran to the top of the gap and threw javelins, stones, and went down. They wanted to kill the enemy and prevent them from entering the city. But this did not stop the high fighting spirit of the Legio 4 soldiers. When the frontline soldiers rushed through the gap, they could not help but stop because there was a thick spear wall not far in front of them. Countless Rome people dressed in simple clothes were lined up in a dense formation, and the spears pointed at them were shining with cold light. Stop! Stop! Get into a square formation. The captain of the frontline soldiers shouted loudly. However, in this battlefield filled with the sound of killing, the extremely excited soldiers were shouting and rushing in crazily. The order of the organization had long been in chaos. They could not obey orders, and instead, they pushed their comrades in front of them to meet the spear wall. The frontline soldiers had to hurriedly raise their long shields to protect themselves and collide with the enemy. Soon, the open space between the spear wall and the gap was filled with the continuous influx of Dionia soldiers. The dense spear formation formed by the landless poor of Rome was personally commanded by the defending general of the West Wall, Servius Musa. This general was born in the poor of Rome, but because of his bravery in the past battles, he was promoted several times by Camillus. From a lowly auxiliary soldier, he became a well-known platoon leader of Rome. This time, he happened to be among the 3,000 soldiers who stayed behind. The reason why Scipio the Great chose Musa from dozens of platoon leaders to be in charge of the defense line on the west side of Rome was not because Scipio the Great was like Camillus, who had the foresight and breadth of mind to employ people regardless of background and ability. It was because in the critical situation where the army was pressing on the border and the conflict between the nobles and the civilians of Rome happened to occur, he had no choice but to take action. He hoped that Musa could use his prestige among the civilians to be able to unify a large number of poor people and slaves living in the west of Rome to stop the attack of Dionia. In fact, what Musa had done so far had exceeded Scipio the Great's expectations. Not only had he temporarily dispelled the discontent in the hearts of the civilians and slaves, but he had also stimulated their determination to participate in the war. He had also effectively organized them to defend against the enemy's attack from both the top and bottom of the city walls. This was the reason why the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia, a total of more than 10,000 elite soldiers, had attacked this area at the same time without any significant progress. Although the spear formation that Musa had temporarily set up did not cause much damage to the Dionia soldiers, they were not frightened by the enemy's ferocious attack. Instead, they stubbornly blocked the enemy's breakthrough. The ones who caused the greatest damage to the Dionia soldiers who had rushed into the breach were the defenders at the top of the city walls. The Dionia soldiers below the city walls were so densely packed that every javelin and stone thrown by the defenders could cause damage to them, not to mention the kerosene. If the unfortunate Dionia soldiers were doused with kerosene, they would be a great threat to their comrades around them. Fortunately, tar and olive oil had been used in large quantities to burn down many of the siege weapons. There was not much left. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for the Dionia soldiers who had rushed into the breach. Olivers, the captain of Legio 4, who was previously excited about the collapse of the city walls by the siege vehicles, was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Order the light infantry to immediately approach the city walls. Attack the enemy on top of the city walls. Reduce the pressure on the soldiers inside. Order the brothers at the breach to retreat quickly and make space for the soldiers inside. Let them form a phalanx and fight against the enemy. Assemble the mountain reconnaissance team. Let them try and see if they can climb to the top of the city through the breach and attack the enemy. The messengers accepted the order and rode off one by one. Also, immediately inform the 5th Legion commander, Geogres, and tell him about the predicament we are in. When Geogres received the news that Legio IV was in a disadvantageous situation, his expression was solemn. He focused his attention on the front. Under the city walls 100 meters away, the soldiers who were trying their best to besiege the city were burnt siege vehicles and shielding vehicles, emitting thick black smoke. Among them, there were still 3 relatively intact siege vehicles lined up side by side under the city walls. They were constantly hitting the city walls. The boom-boom sound of the impact could even be heard by Geogres, who was at the back. He could even see the increasing cracks on the wall, as well as the dust and stones that did not stop falling, almost burying the siege vehicles. Immediately inform the 1st Battalion to retreat to the trench and form a formation in front of the collapsing wall. After the wall collapses, don't rush. Enter the breach in a complete formation. Be careful of the enemy's spear phalanx behind the breach. At the same time, warn the other battalions not to enter the breach without orders. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Yes, Legion Commander. While the 4th and 5th Legions were fighting under the city walls, not far from their west, the army led by Tormid was engaged in a fierce battle. Although the total number of the Roman army led by Paulus was smaller than the enemy, most of the soldiers under his command were heavy infantry. Their number was double that of the heavy infantry led by Tormid, and they gradually began to gain the upper hand in the frontal battle. If it weren't for the continuous attacks from the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions of Paulus from the flanks of the Roman army and restrained part of the Roman army would have launched a frontal attack and forced the Daionia army to retreat. But as time went by, Paulus became more and more anxious. He bore the heavy responsibility of rescuing the city of Rome, but he was blocked here and could not advance for a long time. If this continued, even if he managed to defeat the enemy in front of him in the end, he was afraid that Rome would have fallen, and he would become a center of Rome. Therefore, he finally made up his mind and ordered the Roman platoon at the back of the formation. Only a part of the platoon was left to guard the Daionia cavalry that was patrolling around, and the rest of the platoon ignored the threat of the enemy cavalry. They immediately spread out to the flanks, and then turned to attack the enemy's flanks. Under his supervision, the Roman army began to stretch its arms from the original oval formation, transforming into a 1 formation. The 2 cavalry commanders, Leds and Cusius, who were at the back of the Roman army, had a bad feeling when they saw the situation. At this time, the 2 cavalry legions had long run out of javelins. They divided the cavalry into small teams and galloped back and forth behind the enemy, assuming an offensive posture just to force the Roman army to not attack with all their strength. But now that the Roman army had made up their minds, the cavalry legions could not let them achieve their goal. It seems that we can only attack. Led sighed. He knew that the cavalry's attack against the dense heavy infantry would not be effective even if the enemy was in motion. It would especially damage the warhorse, causing a large number of cavalry casualties. The younger Cusius, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. Then let the Roman people see the power of the Daionia cavalry charge. Commander Leds, you lead the army to attack the enemy's left side, and I will attack the right side. With that, he turned his horse and galloped south. Wait a minute. Led stopped him and pointed to the Roman army behind the Roman army that was stretching horizontally towards them. He said in a low voice, even if we stop the enemy from spreading their formation on both sides, these Roman soldiers will probably rush to the sides to stop us. That's for sure, but they don't have enough people to stop our charge. Cusius said confidently. Then their departure will expose that place. Following the direction that Leds pointed, Cusius's eyes lit up. It was the rear of the Roman army's middle line. The light infantry that posed a great threat to the Ionia cavalry was gathered there, and they were under the protection of the Roman heavy infantry. Let's voice continued to ring in his ears. We will gather the cavalry on both sides to attract the enemy's attention, but we will quietly send some of the cavalry to retreat out of the enemy's sight. Then, our cavalry will attack the enemy's flanks. These heavy infantry will inevitably rush to the sides to stop them, and our hidden cavalry can take the opportunity to charge at the enemy's light infantry. These light infantry will not be able to resist, and there will be chaos. Then, we will drive them to the front of the enemy's middle line and create a chance for our infantry in the middle line to win. Good idea, Corps Commander Let's do as you say and do as you say. Cusius replied straightforwardly. When we gather the legion's cavalry into formation, we widen the gap between the cavalry and cover the enemy's line of sight. Then, we will each send 4 companies, 50 cavalry companies, to the rear and wait for an opportunity to act. Leds nodded and solemnly saluted. He said in a deep voice, "Time is tight. Then let's act. May Hades bless us and let us succeed." Cusius immediately saluted back. With the blessing of Hades, we will definitely succeed. Chapter 797. The 2 commanders of the cavalry corps were busy gathering their cavalry. Meanwhile, Tormid, the commander of the Ionia army at the rear, understood the changes in the enemy's formation after receiving the reports from the scouts. Of course, he had to respond accordingly. He pondered for a moment and issued an order. The light armor brigade of the 4th and 5th legions at the rear of the left and right flank were to move forward quickly and spread out to the flanks to block the enemies who were attempting to surround them. Meanwhile, the light armor brigade of the 2nd legion at the rear of the middle was to be divided into 2 groups, ready to support the flanks at any time. After all, it was very difficult for the light armor brigade to confront the enemy's heavy infantry head-on. Tormid had no choice but to do so. He just wanted to buy a little more time. As the order was issued, the troops began to move, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tormid, who had been in a state of anxiety, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What's going on? Through the gray dust, he saw Clodo Catax and the 40 palace guards who were resting quietly in front of him suddenly moved to the right. "My lord, no one gave his highness any additional orders." One of his men quickly explained. "Go. Send someone to tell his highness to obey the order and stay where he is." Tormid said anxiously. Clodo Catax saw the messenger shouting at the rear of the formation. He immediately realized that there was a change in the situation, so he took the initiative to order the palace guards to follow the light armor brigade of the 5th legion to move to the right flank. These palace guards initially stopped him on the grounds of his safety, but he was the temporary commander of the palace guards after all. Besides, which citizen of Ionia did not want to go to war and gain merit? These palace guards had been staying in the city of Turii for a long time, protecting the king of Devers. It was not easy for them to get the chance to go to war and kill the enemy. It was inevitable that they would be tempted, so they were easily persuaded by Clodo Catax. When a messenger rushed over and asked Clodo Catax to obey the order and stay where he is, Clodo Catax replied angrily, "Please tell His Highness Tormid that the army is now facing danger. The other soldiers are fighting a bloody battle, but he wants us to hide like cowards. Does he want us to become the laughingstock of the whole kingdom?" Clodo Catax's words immediately made the palace guards who were a little shaken. They did not listen to the dissuasion and continued to follow Clodo Catax. After Talmud got Clodo Catax's answer from the messenger, he didn't know what to do even though he was good at coordinating and dealing with all kinds of complicated relationships. On one hand, as the young prince had said, if he were to stand aside and wait for the war to end, the prince would most likely become the laughing stock of the people when he returned to Turii. Not only would Clodo Catax hate him, but the king of Devers and his consort Christoia would also be dissatisfied with him. But if he were to go to the front and fight the fierce enemy, he would also be blamed if he were to get injured. If he were to die in battle, then, just as he was hesitating, a scout galloped over. "Report. His Highness Epicthenus has arrived at the battlefield." "He's finally here," Talmud let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was finally at ease. He turned to his subordinates and said, "Immediately take a company from the 2 Indy Division's light armor battalion and follow the prince to the right flank." With Epicthenes' reinforcement, the defeat of Rome's reinforcements was imminent, and he no longer had to worry about Clodo Catax's safety. Leading the army to Latinum and attacking Rome was regarded by Devers as his most important strategic plan so far. He knew how powerful Rome was in his previous life, so he would certainly go all out. So, not only did he send out the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Infantry Legions, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions, he also sent Epicthenes, who had just stepped down as the governor and was unemployed at home, to Lucania. As Legio III stayed in Atlas at the request of the Campanians, the Ministry of Military Affairs later appointed Xanthoparis to form a new reserve legion in Lucania municipality to replace Legio III in defending the entire Lucania municipality. The soldiers of Legio III not only came from Lucania, but also Copsa and the coastal cities of Annona, Poseidonia, Elia, and Laos. Therefore, with such a rich source of soldiers, Xanthoparis quickly formed a complete new legion. Devers ordered Epicthenes to lead half of the new legion to Latinum on the 2nd day after the army landed and occupied Ostia, and then head to Ostia by ship. This was a backup plan that Devers had prepared. He would use this important flag depending on the development of the war. As the attention of the coastal city-states of Latinum was attracted by the Daionia army besieging Rome, they did not notice that another smaller Daionia army had entered the port of Ostia with a large fleet of supplies. When the Devers received the news yesterday evening that the defeated Roman army had regrouped and was marching east to rescue Rome, he immediately sent messengers to Ostia to inform Epicthenes to lead his army eastward today to help the main force defeat Rome's reinforcements and ensure the smooth progress of the siege. Epicthenes, who had been away from the army for several years, had always been known for being flexible and skillful in warfare. After he led his army out this morning, he did not rush his soldiers, but marched at a slow pace. At the same time, he sent out many scouts to the army's camp to learn about the deployment of the siege and the enemy's situation outside Rome. He wanted to keep abreast of the progress of the war so that he could find an opportunity. When he learned that his allies were blocking a large group of reinforcements from Rome on the west side of Rome, he immediately knew that this would be his first target. Only then did he order the army to speed up in the direction he had designated. Just as the army was about to reach the battlefield, Epicthenes met the 400 cavalrymen hidden behind the 2 cavalry commanders. After learning about Led's and Cusius' attack plan, he immediately said confidently, "Go tell your commander to stop wasting your warhorse. Leave the next battle to me." After that, he ordered the troops to stop advancing and get into formation. He also ordered the soldiers to organize their equipment. Led's was relieved to hear that the reinforcements had arrived, but he was not ready to completely abandon his previous attack plan. He quickly reached an agreement with Cusius. The plan would be carried out as usual, but the attack on the flanks would be changed to a feint, while the ambush in the middle would remain the same. Woo! The bugle was blown. Led's clamped his legs on the horse's abdomen, and the war horse began to move forward. More than 1,000 cavalrymen followed behind him. It took them a long time to go from a slow walk to a slow jog. On the other side, more than 1,000 cavalrymen, led by Cusius, did the same. This gave the Roman army, who had been vigilant against the Daionia cavalry, a chance to react. Paulus, who was at the rear of the army, would certainly not allow the Daionia cavalry to disrupt the attack of the heavy infantry on the flanks. He immediately ordered the 12 Roman squadrons to rush to the flanks to stop the enemy cavalry's attack. When the Roman soldiers rushed to the flanks, the Daionia cavalry was still 100 meters away. Paulus breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. At this time, the Daionia cavalry had changed from a slow jog to a medium pace. Thousands of hooves on both sides of the army stomped on the ground, causing dust to fly and the earth to tremble. From afar, under the gray sky a mile apart, 2 black cavalrymen formed 2 huge arrowheads, surging forward like a black tide. There were some bright red flags flashing in the surging black tide. They were the flags of the cavalry legions. The largest flag was raised high beside the legion commander at the front of the formation. It fluttered high in the wind, indicating the direction of the whole army. At this moment, the vanguard cavalry was less than 70 meters away from the Roman army. Led shouted, "Turn left! Turn left!" The Pegasus flag that was raised high immediately pointed to the left. The flag bearers of the brigades and companies who had been paying attention to the direction of the flag also changed the direction of the flag. Leads and the surrounding cavalrymen led the whole army to change direction. In the end, the entire cavalry team passed by the Roman army in front of them. When the Roman soldiers saw the enemy cavalry that was only 20 to 30 meters away from them, stirring up a cloud of dust and galloping parallel to their formation, although they were still a little nervous, they were relieved. The momentum created by the countless enemy cavalry charging at them was too terrifying. The Roman soldiers on the flanks were relaxed, but the Roman light infantry in the middle and rear were nervous. They pointed to the rear and shouted in horror, "Cavalry! The Dionia cavalry! They are rushing towards us!" Yes, a cloud of dust also rose a few hundred meters behind them. The gray cloud was wrapped in black, and it was rolling towards them. Paulus, who was behind the light infantry, turned around and saw this terrible scene. He was also panicking. "Damn it, I was tricked by the Dionia. Go, go." Inform the platoons that were transferred to the flanks to return quickly. Quick! Unlike the Dionia cavalry on the flanks, the 400 cavalrymen in the middle were already running at full speed. It didn't take much time to cover the distance of a few hundred meters. Most of these Roman light infantry were not Roman citizens, but from the Latin alliance. Of course, they didn't have the determination to fight to the death to protect their homeland like the Roman citizens. Looking at the approaching enemy cavalry, they shouted, "Run!" and fled in all directions. Chapter 798. But it was too late. The Dionia cavalry quickly rushed to the front. When their spears pierced the light infantries, the cavalrymen quickly let go of their spears and drew their elongated Greek sabers. The Dionia cavalry was different from the infantries. They were not equipped with short swords. Instead, they used Greek sabers that were more than a meter long. It was more convenient for them to slash their enemies on horseback, and it was easier for them to fall off their horses. They waved the sabers in their hands and drove the terrified infantries to charge into the middle of the Roman army. Top point at this time, Paulus knew that the platoons on the flanks would not be able to arrive in time. He had already mobilized the platoons at the rear of the middle. Although he knew that this would seriously affect the soldiers in the front of the middle, it was imperative to stop the routed infantries and cavalrymen to prevent them from disrupting the formation in the middle. Rome's military system was based on the platoons, and it showed its flexibility at this time. Under Paulus's command, several platoon leaders quickly commanded their soldiers to turn around and rush to the rear to regroup. However, the hundreds of light infantries that were driven by the Dionia cavalry, like headless flies, crowded together with them. In order to escape, they even pushed down the Roman soldiers in front of them. The light infantries and Rome's heavy infantries were crowded together. The Dionia cavalry on the periphery waved their sabers and slashed at the light infantries, making the situation even more chaotic. "Kill these light infantries! Kill them!" Paulus shouted anxiously. He took the lead and stabbed the light infantries in front of him with his spear. The Roman heavy infantries had no choice but to follow suit. They stabbed the light infantries that fought side by side with them. But now they were in a difficult situation. However, the chaotic situation could not be solved immediately. Paulus stabbed the routed infantries while shouting for the army to regroup. At this moment, he heard the soldiers' panicked shouts, "Enemies! More enemies are coming!" Paulus's heart sank. He hurriedly took a few steps back and looked ahead. Through the gaps between the Dionia cavalry, he saw a black horizontal line appearing on the ground in the distance. Furthermore, it was moving forward rapidly. As it moved, the black line continued to lengthen and widen. Paulus, who had led his troops into battle many times, knew that this was an illusion caused by the dense infantry phalanx moving in the distance. Besides, The uniform, bright black color clearly indicated that this troop was definitely not Rome or Latin. It completely made Paulus feel that he was not lucky at all. At that moment, he panicked and felt that his heart was empty. His hands and feet had no support, and his body could fall at any time. At this moment, the subordinate beside him said anxiously, "General, the enemy's reinforcements are here. We're doomed. Why don't we retreat first?" "Yeah, let's retreat quickly. Any later, and we won't be able to leave." The guards made up of his clansmen and diners also tried to persuade him. "Leave. If Rome was gone, where else could they go?" Paulus's face showed a pained expression. He remembered the miserable years when the Celts conquered Rome more than 10 years ago. A surge of strength rose from the bottom of his heart, and he replied firmly, "No, I want to be like the Phibius family in the past. I want to fight to the death with the enemies who invaded Rome here." He raised the spear in his hand and shouted sternly, "For Rome, fight to the death without retreating." Now that the heir of the patriarch had issued a call, according to the tradition of Rome, these clansmen and diners must pledge their lives to follow him. So the guards shouted one after another, "For Rome, fight to the death without retreating." Their shouts influenced the other heavy infantry. They also shouted, "For Rome, fight to the death without retreating." For a moment, the morale of the people of Rome was high. In front of them, the light infantry were still panicking, and the Diorians had begun to retreat to the flanks, making space for the soldiers of the Dionia Reserve Legion to attack from the rear. The newly arrived Dionysian army soon appeared in front of the soldiers of Rome. They lined up in a dense and neat phalanx, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They marched forward, obviously having good physical strength. The formation was about a mile long, which showed that there were many of them. Woo! The bugles sounded, and the soldiers of Dionia shouted the name of Hades and ran forward. "Prepare for battle." Paulus, who was standing in front, clenched the spear in his hand and said in a deep voice. At this time, he had already disregarded life and death. But at this time, there was some confusion among the soldiers behind him. It turned out that the soldiers of Dionia who were fighting in the middle of the Roman army also heard the bugle and suddenly strengthened their attack. The middle of the Roman army had already been weakened, so the soldiers were forced to retreat. As a result, they collided with the soldiers at the rear who were preparing to defend. At this time, the reinforcements of Dionia were already within 30 meters of the Roman army. They quickly threw the javelins in their hands, took out their spears, and began the final charge. The Roman army was caught in a two-pronged attack. Paulus, his guards, and the soldiers around him wanted to fight to the death, but for most of the Roman civilians who had just become heavy infantry a few months ago, their loyalty to Rome was far from strong. When the enemy's bugles sounded and Dionia's reinforcements rushed in like a tidal wave, some of the Roman soldiers were shaken. Their decision to flee caused the entire army to collapse. Adoris, who was in the middle of the heavy infantry battalion of the 2nd Legion, suddenly found that his comrades who had been almost motionless in front of him had begun to move forward. "Go after them! Go after them! The enemy is running away!" The cheers of his comrades cheered him up. Like the other soldiers, he strode forward and ran forward. At this time, on the outside of the right flank, the collapse of the Roman army from the middle had not spread to this place yet. The heavy infantry of Rome was still attacking, and the light armor battalion of Dionia and the palace guards led by Clotocatax were resisting them. Of course, the Dionia soldiers were at a disadvantage against the heavy infantry. But the battle had just begun, and the gap between the two sides was not yet apparent. But for Clotocatax and the palace guards, the quality of their armor and weapons was better than the enemy's. In addition, these soldiers were eager to prove themselves, so they had the upper hand in the beginning of the battle. Clotocatax was influenced by the guards around him, and he was also actively attacking. Small steps, shield thrusts, spear thrusts, lowering his head, shield blocking. Since he was young, he had been training every day in school and at home for more than 10 years. He was getting more and more comfortable with the military skills that had been integrated into his body. The enemy's spear thrusts no longer made him panic. It made him feel like he was training with Marcius. Although he was nervous, it did not cause any danger. When he blocked the enemy's spear with his shield again, he suddenly thrust his spear forward. The enemy did not have enough time to retract his spear, and his body was a little unstable. Clodocatax immediately thrust his spear forward at lightning speed. The enemy quickly lowered his head, and the sharp tip of the spear poked his helmet. The force of the spear obviously made the enemy dizzy. While the enemy was in a daze, Clodocatax instinctively retracted his right hand and quickly thrust his spear for the second time. The spear pierced the enemy's face. The shrill scream and the terrible look on the enemy's face stunned Clodocatax. "Be careful," the guard next to him shouted. Bang! The spear that was poked from the side was blocked by the guard's shield in time. "Don't be distracted during the battle." In a hurry, the guard did not care about the difference in status and reminded Zhang Heng loudly. Clodocatax broke out in a cold sweat. The shame in his heart made him forget the discomfort he felt when he killed for the first time. He attacked more fiercely to make up for his previous mistakes. However, the resistance in front of him suddenly weakened. The enemies in front of him were in chaos, and soon they turned around and fled. Clodocatax, who was not satisfied with the battle, immediately followed his comrades around him and chased after them. At this time, only a few hundred soldiers led by Paulus were still fighting on the battlefield. The rest of the Roman soldiers had begun to flee. But this was the time when the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions came into play. Thousands of Dionia cavalrymen galloped across the vast plain, brandishing spears and sabers as they chased after the fleeing Roman soldiers who had abandoned their shields and spears. Only a few Roman soldiers would be able to escape the battlefield. It did not take long for the last resistance of the Roman soldiers to disappear. Epicthenes stood in front of Paulus's bloody body, which was covered with sword wounds. The towering red tassel on his hat was proof of his identity. He was a warrior, but not smart enough. Epicthenes looked down and turned around. He said to his adjutant disapprovingly, "He was a general after all. Bury him and take off his helmet. That Rome flag is our trophy." "Yes, General." At this time, Tormid rushed over on horseback. Epicthenes immediately said with a smile, "Are you here to congratulate me?" Tormid, lead the army back to the camp immediately and wait for His Majesty's orders. Tormid said with a straight face, "Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you let our brothers catch a breather?" Epicthenes said half jokingly and half complaining, "You can rest as much as you want after we take Rome, but the other legions are attacking the city with all their might. There are casualties at every moment. Time is very important to us. I don't think you are in the mood to waste any more time here." Tormid's words made Epicthenes' expression turn serious. He said to his adjutant loudly, "Blow the horn immediately and gather our brothers." Just as the Devers expected, some of the Roman reinforcements from the south followed Paulus to attack from the southwest of Rome, while the rest followed Meges to attack from the southeast. However, the scattered reinforcements that arrived later began to attack the Dionia camp from the south. Chapter 799. Although there were less than 1,000 of them, the way they attacked had caused the light armored soldiers who were guarding the main camp to be flustered. As the time given to the Dionysian army yesterday was too short, the soldiers had only built the main camp in a trench. They did not set up any antlers or traps in front of the camp. As a result, the Latin reinforcements were divided into many small teams and approached the camp from multiple directions. They stood in front of the trench and fired fire arrows into the camp. A main army camp that could accommodate 3 infantry legions and 2 cavalry legions occupied a very wide area. It was impossible for the light armored soldiers, who only had 700 men, to defend the camp. Therefore, tents would be set on fire from time to time, forcing them to send people to and fro to put out the fire. Once the fire got bigger and part of the camp was set on fire, the soldiers who were attacking the city would see it, and it would definitely affect their fighting spirit. As a result, the manpower defending the camp became even more insufficient. The Devers urgently transferred a few hundred laborers from the supply camp to help put out the fire. At the same time, he also sent 100 palace guards to act as the mobile force for the defense of the camp. Only then did they manage to deal with the current situation. The siege had been going on for nearly 4 hours, but there was still no breakthrough. The Devers sat in the main tent and continued to watch the staff members draw on the map with a calm expression. Henneborus, who was taking notes at the side, seemed a little anxious at the moment. He was pacing back and forth in the tent. The Devers had no choice but to say, "Herney, hurry up and sit down. Don't walk around. It's making me dizzy." Henneborus said anxiously, "Your Majesty, the number of enemies attacking the camp is increasing. Even the enemy's reinforcements have appeared in the east of Rome, threatening the camp of the First Legion. Now, the enemy's reinforcements are all around us. There are no extra troops in the camp that can be mobilized. The legions are still blocked outside the city, and there are many casualties among the soldiers. If this stalemate continues, what if we can't take down Rome before nightfall? I'm worried. Devers waited for him to vent his worries before slowly saying, "Apart from Turiae, Rome can be said to be the largest city on this peninsula. Even if its main force is not here, it will not be easy to capture it. It's not like our legions haven't made any progress. You've heard it just now. The Second Legion has used siege towers, and more than 100 soldiers have attacked the top of the city wall and gained a firm foothold. Legio III has also occupied the southern bridgehead of the Bridge of Rome and is expanding its attack range. Legio IV has used siege vehicles to destroy the city wall. Their soldiers have broken through the gap and are temporarily blocked under the city. We are in a tug-of-war with the people of Rome. The people of Rome are doing their best to keep us in a stalemate. However, this kind of explosive power will not last long. We are increasing our strength to pull the red rope over bit by bit until we completely overwhelm the strength of the people of Rome. By then, they will definitely collapse." Devers clenched his right fist and waved it with force. He said confidently, "As for the reinforcements of Rome, Your Majesty, good news. Sir Epitenes has arrived on the battlefield with 4,000 soldiers and cooperated with Sir Tormid to completely defeat the reinforcements of Rome in the southwest. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions are chasing after the defeated soldiers. Sir Tormid and Sir Epitenes are leading the army here." "That's great." Henneborus, who was originally worried, was now filled with joy. The advisors in the tent also applauded in celebration. Devers also had a smile on his face. "Inform Tormid and Epitenes immediately. Ask them to send a heavy infantry battalion to defend the camp. The rest of the troops, gather at the rear of the 2nd Legion and wait for my orders." "Yes, Your Majesty." Aeneas quickly went out of the tent to inform the orderly. He quickly returned and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the scouts have reported that Legio VI and part of the 1st Legion have attacked the top of the city wall. On the surface, the 1st Legion and Legio VI were using conventional siege methods, but Devers had suggested that they try climbing the city wall with rope hooks. Climbing the city wall with rope hooks was one of the first siege methods invented by Devers. It was this method that was first used to capture Amendola and gain a foothold for the mercenaries in Greece. As Dionia grew stronger, various siege weapons were manufactured one after another, and the siege methods became more and more perfect. This simple rope hook, which was a great help to the mercenaries, had long been forgotten. However, Devers did not forget, considering that there might be a lot of siege battles after the army arrived in Latin. They specially sent people to take out dozens of sets of hooks that were already covered in dust from the corner of the armory. They polished and equipped them with ropes, just in case. Amyntas had always advocated offense and liked to take risks, so he did not hesitate to accept the Devers suggestion. Trotaras, the captain of Legio VI, was also a member of the mercenary expedition in Persia. He came to Turiae with the Devers and grew from an ordinary soldier to a legion commander. His combat experience was rich, and his achievements were outstanding. Of course, he would not allow his legion to perform mediocre in this important siege battle. Both of them knew very well that in order to succeed, they had to deceive the enemy and carry out a surprise attack. Otherwise, once they were discovered, there would be a lot of casualties. So both of them unanimously decided to use the rope hook to climb the city wall at the southeast corner of Rome. Like the southwest corner, the city wall protruded outwards, but unlike the southwest corner, it was bent a few times and eventually formed a small, sharp corner. It happened to be relatively far from several gates of Rome, and the zigzagging city wall was convenient to block the enemy's line of sight, making it difficult to be discovered. So in order to achieve this goal, Throtairas asked the soldiers of Legio 6 to concentrate on attacking the section of the wall between Porta Ischiri and Porta Vimina, which was about 400 meters away from the southeast corner. Amyntas was even more ruthless. He ordered the soldiers of the 1st Legion to attack the section of the wall between Capitoline Hill and Quirina Hill, which was 2 miles away from the southeast corner. Throtairas planned to let his light armor brigade complete this task. After all, their lighter clothes were easier to climb. For this reason, he also left 2 heavy infantry brigades in the camp. Although the camp of the 1st Legion was far away from the main camp, Amyntas boldly left only 1 heavy infantry brigade in the camp, and let more than 700 soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade stay in the camp at the same time to carry out this task. However, after careful Throtairas observed the terrain many times, he found a problem. Although the southeast corner of the wall was relatively remote, the walls of Rome were very high. The soldiers on the wall could see far below the city wall. If the Dionia soldiers who carried out this task wanted to approach the wall, even if they did not carry any siege equipment, it would arouse the suspicion of the enemy, and they would be on their guard. After thinking about it, he decided to let the soldiers do this. After the Devers understood Throtairas' idea, they applauded and applauded. So, the plan of Legio 6 to climb the city wall with a rope hook was quickly established. Originally, there was a garrison on the southeast corner of the city. However, as time went by, the continuous and fierce attacks of the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion made the Roman generals in charge of the defense feel that their military strength was tight. They had to transfer the soldiers on other sections of the wall to strengthen the defense. Of course, the garrison on the southeast corner, who had nothing to do, was also transferred. Not long after, the garrison on the nearby city wall saw hundreds of Rome auxiliary soldiers being chased by the Dionia soldiers in the distance in the southeast. They were fleeing in panic towards the city of Rome. Although some of their soldiers were occasionally caught and stabbed by the enemy, most of the defeated soldiers still crawled through the trench with difficulty and came to the southeast corner of the city. Perhaps they were afraid of being attacked by the garrison on the city wall. The hundreds of Dionia light infantry stopped their pursuit. However, they were unwilling to give up and watch from a distance. When the garrison soldiers saw this scene, they were guessing which Latin city-state these Rome auxiliary soldiers came from. Most of the auxiliary soldiers in Rome were Latin citizens. Since the enemy was attacking the city, the garrison soldiers certainly would not allow these defeated soldiers to enter the city. And the fierce battle did not allow them to have more time to care about the life and death of their allies. However, the appearance of these defeated soldiers meant that the reinforcements of Rome were fighting the enemy in a place where they could not see. This more or less boosted the morale of the garrison soldiers. But they did not know that these Rome auxiliary soldiers were actually Dionia soldiers in disguise. They wore the armor and equipment of the Rome soldiers that they obtained after the victory of the battle 2 days ago. With that, they deceived the garrison soldiers and successfully came to the southeast corner of the city. They avoided the sight of the garrison soldiers, connected the ropes that were wrapped around their bodies, and put on hooks. Dozens of rope hooks were quickly made. The battle was still going on. The Rome soldiers were struggling to resist the enemy's attack. They gradually forgot about the existence of the defeated soldiers. Occasionally, they would glance at the southeast corner of the city from the corner of their eyes. When they saw dozens of Rome soldiers stationed there, they thought that they were sent by the neighboring garrison soldiers. So, they did not attract much attention. Even when they saw Dionia light infantry crawling through the trench and rushing to the southeast corner of the city, they did not cause too much alarm. After all, they did not bring any siege equipment with them. Besides, there were soldiers stationed on the city wall. But soon, they found that something was wrong. Dionia soldiers began to appear on the southeast corner of the city, and more of them appeared. Those Rome soldiers did not fight with the enemy. When the two garrison generals, Marcus Attilius and Barbus Fabia, heard the bad news, they were shocked. The situation was extremely urgent. Although they were short of manpower, they quickly put together a team led by the two generals and rushed to the southeast corner of the city wall from the west and the south. They vowed to drive the enemy out of the city. Literature Museum. Chapter 800. But the Rome's reinforcements soon tasted the pain of the curved wall they had built. They could not speed up. Seeing this, the Dionian soldiers on the walls urged their comrades to hurry up and ascend the walls. The 6th Corps Light Armored Brigade's captain, Caerchus, came from Silatina. He wasn't an immigrant, but a native of Silatina. More than a decade ago, he was still an ordinary citizen of Silatina. He participated in the Battle of the Ramato River, but he was fortunate not to escape back to Silatina. Instead, he escaped to Crotone and survived the Southern Italian War. After that, he became a citizen of Dionysia and one of the most hard-working soldiers in the 6th Corps military camp. After being promoted to captain, he wrote to the Ministry of Military Affairs several times, requesting to be transferred to the 8th Legion. However, the Ministry of Military Affairs never agreed. They were worried that the general, who had a deep hatred for the people of Syracuse, would have a conflict with the people of Syracuse after he went to Sicily. As the commander of the raid, he was not worried when he saw the Rome soldiers attacking from both sides. He immediately ordered the soldiers on the wall to send 2 teams to form a dense formation and block the walkways on both sides of the wall. The walkways on the wall of Rome were not wide, so Scipio the Great was able to successfully block the Dionian soldiers who passed through the siege tower and went up to the top of the wall. Now, Caerchus was also using this method to buy time for the follow-up troops to go up the wall. It was really an eye for an eye. Even if more than 1,000 soldiers from the Light Armor Brigade and the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade came up, Caerchus was not going to attack from the wall. The walkways were narrow and long, and it would take a long time to break through the enemy's defense line. He had a better choice, because there was a stone staircase in front of him that led to the city. It was precisely because the southeast corner was remote that Rome built a ramp here to make it convenient for the soldiers to arrive quickly. However, they did not expect that it would become a fatal weakness for the enemy. Marcus and Barbus quickly realized this problem, but the 1st Legion and Legio VI's attacks had become more urgent during this period. It was obvious that they were cooperating with the sneak attack of this unit, so they had no more troops to send. Barbus had no choice but to send someone to Scipio the Great for help. At this time, the exhausted Rome soldiers who had been fighting for a long time were motivated by the belief of protecting their homeland. They walked along the wall and headed towards the southeast corner in an aggressive manner. But the Dionian soldiers, who were arranged in a dense formation and had been conserving their strength, were like 2 boulders blocking their way. The other Dionian soldiers went up the wall very quickly, not only because of the 30 rope hooks, but also because the soldiers brought more ropes. After going up the wall, they untied the ropes from their bodies, tied them to the battlements, or pulled them with their hands, and hung them under the wall. Nearly 100 soldiers climbed up the wall at a time, and soon the southeast corner was filled with the densely packed Dionian soldiers. Under Caerchus's order, 1,000 light-armored soldiers and scouts quickly stepped down the stone stairs and finally entered the city of Rome. There were 3 routes of attack in front of them. The first route was to go north along the northeast wall, close to Monte Carino, to support the 1st Legion, or to attack the center of Rome, the Senate. However, this route was long and narrow, and it was easy to be intercepted. The second route was to go northwest, through the road between Monte Carino and Monte Vermina, and go straight to the center of Rome. However, the road was also narrow, and it was easy to be intercepted. Without understanding the situation inside the city, it was taboo to go deep into the city alone. The third route was the choice of Caerchus, which was to go west along the south wall and help Legio 6 defeat the defenders in front of them. In fact, not far from the stone stairs was one of the gates of Rome, the Porta Carino, but the whole gate was filled with stones and mud. The walls of Rome were winding, and there were many gates, at least 10. There were not enough soldiers in the city to defend it. Therefore, yesterday, the Senate of Rome decided to mobilize the people to block all the gates to prevent them from becoming a breakthrough point for the enemy. It would take a lot of time to clean up and open the gates, and time was the most precious for the Dionysian army entering the city. So Caracas did not stop and led the troops quickly to the west. The light armored soldiers and scouts, who had always played a supporting role in the war, rarely took the lead in this important battle. Everyone was very excited and full of energy. It did not take long for them to pass through the port of Ermina, and they bumped into the elderly, women, and children who were transporting supplies to the defenders on the city wall. The Dionia soldiers were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, easily knocking them down with their leather shields. The rest of the people fled in horror, throwing arrows, javelins, and oil cans on the ground. When the defenders on the city wall saw this scene, they also shouted in horror, "The enemy! The enemy has entered the city!" There was a great commotion on the city wall. The panicked soldiers could no longer fight with peace of mind. A few soldiers even ignored the dissuasion of their officers and left their defensive positions, wanting to run down the city wall. At this time, someone shouted, "Reinforcements are here! Reinforcements are here!" Scipio Africanus had urgently sent 300 heavy infantry, which was all he had at the moment. But this force was not enough to pose a danger to the Dionysian army entering the city. Caracas made a prompt decision. Let 3 companies quickly meet the enemy's reinforcements, and the other 2 companies went up the stone stairs on both sides of the port of Ermina to attack the defenders on the city wall. The enemy has entered the city. The enemy has entered the city. The people in charge of transporting supplies ran back to the square in panic, shouting at the top of their lungs, causing chaos in the square. The faces of the senators in the square also changed. Go and detain them. Don't let them shout and create chaos. Maruginus was so angry that he immediately ordered the captain of the guards in charge of maintaining the order in the square. Potatus, who had always been opposing him, did not stop him. He was in favor of using tough means at such a critical moment. Could it be that the enemy has really attacked? Ambrosius' voice trembled as he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Bring a person here for a detailed interrogation. Potatus looked quite calm, but his hand was shaking slightly with the help of his crutch. At this time, the messenger sent by Scipio the Great arrived at the square. The cruel truth he spat out made the senators panic. Hasn't Scipio the Great already sent reinforcements? These brave citizens will definitely be able to kill all the enemies who are lucky enough to rush into the city. Plinius shouted loudly. He wanted to dispel the fear in his and his colleagues' hearts, but his tone was so unconfident. If Scipio the Great was confident that he could defeat the enemy, he wouldn't have sent a messenger to tell us. Maruginus sighed. He and Scipio the Great were from the same clan, and he had been working hard to guide this outstanding clansman, so he naturally knew him better. And we don't have any extra soldiers. In fact, the senators have been constantly receiving reports from the defenders on the city wall. They knew very well that the situation was very serious. Maruginus' words only tore apart the last bit of hope in their hearts, causing them to fall into a terrible silence. Go to Capitoline. Potatus no longer panicked. He said in a firm tone, "Don't worry, everyone. Just like when the Celts invaded, the Dionia may be able to occupy Rome, but they definitely won't be able to take down our holy land. Compared to the last time, the situation this time is more favorable. Camillus is about to lead the army back, and this time, the number of troops is far greater than a decade ago, and they're also better trained. The Dionia will be driven out faster, and victory will ultimately belong to Rome." Potatus' words of reassurance made the elders less panicky. The people of Rome in the square received instructions from the senators and rushed back to their homes in a panic. They hurriedly packed up their belongings and food, preparing to escape to Capitoline Mountain to take refuge. When the people living near the embankment rushed back to the street, they saw a horrifying scene. The stone slabs on the street that were used to cover the sewers were lifted up, revealing the dark and smelly sewers. On the street, hundreds of soldiers wearing black leather armor, holding black shields, and short sword were lined up with their backs facing them and facing the Tiber River. It's the enemy. They're coming in. The people of Rome screamed in horror. Some women even fainted from fear. Lazaro heard the noise behind him. He did not care about the elderly, women, and children at all. He did not even look back. Instead, he pointed the short sword in his hand to the front and shouted in a passionate voice, "Brave warriors of the Mountain Brigade, it's time to make a great contribution. Follow me and kill our way in." After that, he was the first to rush to the bridgehead of the Rome Bridge, and the soldiers followed closely behind. Their shouts of Hades alarmed the Rome soldiers who were engaged in a bitter battle. The fierce attack of the 1st Battalion of the Dionia Legio III was already too much for them to handle. Seeing many soldiers in the same black helmets and armor charging at them aggressively, the morale of these Rome reinforcements, who were mainly made up of slaves, immediately dropped to the bottom. They completely ignored Cassius' order to turn around and defend, and in an instant, they scattered and fled. Their escape also shook the morale of the Rome soldiers who had been fighting so hard until now. At the bridgehead, the Dionia soldiers, who were already very tired because of the continuous attacks, heard the shouts of Hades coming from the opposite side. All of them were reinvigorated, and their numb arms seemed to be re-injected with strength. Their attacks regained their fierce momentum again. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Literature Museum. Chapter 801. Rome's defense line on the embankment had collapsed. It was impossible for Cassius to fight to the death, even if he wanted to. He was dragged into the city by the routed soldiers, but as the general of the garrison, his attire was too conspicuous. He was soon intercepted by the Mountain Brigade. Tarentus roared, and the dagger in his right hand easily pierced Cassius's chest. When he fell, Cassius still thought that the city of Rome had fallen. These enemies were coming from other cities, and he was the last one standing. He never thought that these enemies had been hiding underground not far from them. The Legio III soldiers who rushed across the bridge and up the embankment soon met up with the Mountain Brigade. Together, they chased after the routed soldiers and rushed into the city of Rome. In the eastern section of the southern wall, while Carcas's mixed troops intercepted the reinforcements of Scipio the Great, another group of soldiers passed through the stone staircase and went up the wall, causing chaos among the defenders. The Legio VI soldiers who were attacking the city took the opportunity to go up the wall. At this time, 500 follow-up troops who climbed up the southeast corner of the wall through rope hooks arrived. They bypassed the frontal battle and attacked the flank of the reinforcements of Scipio the Great. The reinforcements of Rome were quickly defeated. This defeat completely destroyed the fighting spirit of the defenders, and they began to flee. Since the eastern wall had been intercepted by Carcas's troops, they could only flee to the west. This naturally affected the defenders of Scipio the Great. They were already struggling to hold on, but after the reinforcements of Tormid and Epicthenus, the 2nd Dionia Legion attacked even more fiercely, so they gave up resisting and prepared to flee. However, the Dionia soldiers who had climbed to the top of the wall through the siege tower but were blocked by them in the aisle became the stumbling block for their escape to the west. The stone staircase to the lower city was blocked by the enemy below the city. In a panic, the Roman soldiers jumped down from the more than 10-meter-high city wall. Scipio the Great saw that the situation was not good, so he had already chosen an escape route. At this moment, surrounded by his guards, he fled to the square of Rome. At the southwest corner of the city wall, another section of the city wall collapsed. The soldiers of the 5th Division lined up neatly and orderly passed through the gap. The Roman soldiers who were responsible for intercepting the Dionia soldiers felt the pressure multiplying. Just when their spears were being pushed back by the attacks of the Dionia soldiers, an urgent message came. The southern wall defense line had been completely breached. Seeing that the battle situation could no longer be salvaged, Musa helplessly gave the order to retreat. If they continued to fight, the enemy who had broken into the city from the east would attack from the west, and it would be very easy for his troops to be completely surrounded in the southwest corner. When the west, south, and north sides of Rome were breached, only the defenders in the northeast were still holding on because they were close to the Capitoline Hill, the holy land of the Romans. At this moment, Amyntas was very anxious. When the scout reported to him that there were more than 1,000 Rome reinforcements approaching the campsite from the east, he replied angrily, "Report to me after the enemy has breached the campsite." For a moment, his followers around him were silent. Only Printerin said, "Legion Commander, look, our soldiers are attacking the city. It's not like we haven't attacked it before, but we were still driven down." Amyntas said angrily, "But the defenders at the top of the city wall are in chaos." The careful Printos stared ahead and said in a deep voice, "The defenders at the top of the city wall were indeed in chaos." This was because the bridge and embankment of Rome were not far from Capitoline Hill. Most of the defeated soldiers in the north ran in the direction of the square, close to Capitoline Hill. The soldiers of Legio III followed closely and rushed into the square of Rome. At this time in the square of Rome, there were wounded soldiers in urgent need of rescue, people with their families, and a pack carrying food. The whole square was overcrowded. They were all fleeing towards Capitoline Hill in panic. The soldiers of Legio III were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. They killed their way into the sea of people and immediately caused chaos in the square. Cries and shouts shook the sky. When the defenders at the top of the city wall in the northeast looked back, they could see the enemies in black helmets and armor not far from the city, cutting off the road to Capitoline Hill. Then, like herding cattle and sheep, they chased the people until they fled. The defenders, who were worried about their families, did not have the mood to fight anymore. They turned and fled. Good news came one after another. The main tent of the Central Army camp was still filled with cheers. The Devers quietly walked out of the tent and looked at the city wall in the distance. They were in a daze. The flag of Dionia was already fluttering there, and they could vaguely hear the cries coming from the city. "Your Majesty, we have taken down this big city, but you don't seem to be very happy." Henoboris came to his side and said in a relaxed tone. He was the only one who could speak to Divers in such a tone. "Of course I'm happy," Henoboris said faintly. Divers said calmly, "It was not a lie. The stone that had been pressing on his chest had been shattered." He felt an inexplicable sense of relief, but he still tried his best to suppress the excitement. But now is not the time to celebrate. There are still 70,000 Roman soldiers outside the city, and they are rushing towards us. Their homeland has been occupied. Do they still have a mood to fight us? Henoboris was not surprised. "Henoboris, go all out in the war at all times. Don't rely on luck," the Devers said seriously. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will remember this." Henoboris picked up the wooden board and began to record. The Devers smiled helplessly. He turned to Aeneas beside him and asked, "Have Epthenus and Tormid set off with their troops?" "Your Majesty, they have set off for about 10 minutes. As an advisor, the most important thing was to be as accurate as possible. That was why Aeneas specially ran back to the big tent to check the funnel timer before rushing back to answer. After receiving the news that the city was breached, the Devers immediately ordered Epthenus to lead 1,500 soldiers and 200 cavalrymen to the east to assist the intercepting troops and defeat Rome's reinforcements. Then he ordered Tormid to lead 2,000 soldiers from the river port to the other side of the river. They would circle around the back of the Roman reinforcements coming from the north and annihilate them. The Devers nodded and asked with concern, "Has the medical camp started to treat the wounded soldiers outside the city?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The Devers looked up at the sky and said, "Inform the supply camps to pull out of the camps, load the supplies, and get ready to enter the city." "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 hours later, the sky was close to dusk. The sounds of fighting and crying in the city had subsided. The soldiers of Dionia cleaned up the stones and dust in the Sirio gate, which faced the square of Rome. They then opened the gate wide and lined up on both sides of the road to welcome their commander, the king of Dionia, into Rome. Accompanied by the palace guards, Divers led his entourage into the city of Rome. Of course, this aroused the doubts of the soldiers. Why didn't His Majesty ride a horse? How would I know? Maybe it's because the streets here are too narrow for riding? Don't make wild guesses. Commander Matones just said that His Majesty said because we fought hard to conquer this city. Riding a horse into the city is disrespectful to us. His Majesty is so good to us soldiers. Quick, quick, don't talk." Seeing the Devers walking towards them, the soldiers who were talking immediately tensed up. The Devers walked up to one of the officers and asked gently, "What's your name?" Before the officer could answer, Matones, who was next to the Devers, immediately said, "Your Majesty, he's the captain of the 5th team of the 4th team of the 3rd Brigade of the 2nd Legion. His name is Temesepes, and he's from Castellan. He was very brave in this siege. He led the soldiers to the top of the city wall." Matones praised him, but he glared at him with a look that said, "I'll deal with you later. I can see that you're a hero." The Devers praised. Temesepes immediately straightened his back. The Devers pointed at his right hand that was holding a short sword and asked, "Are you hurt?" "Your Majesty, it's just a small injury, but it's all healed." Temesepes subconsciously moved his right hand behind him. Matones immediately went forward and pulled his right hand up. There was a sword wound from his arm to his forearm. The skin was flipped open, and the red flesh was exposed. Even though the blood had stopped, such a long and hideous wound was still heart-wrenching. "Why didn't you go to the medic camp to treat it?" The Devers stopped Matones from scolding him any further. He then said to Temesepes in a serious tone, "Our kingdom's military law requires us to be brave in battle and protect ourselves after a battle. Do you know why? It's because that's the only way to continue fighting with a healthy body and continue to make contributions. You've been rewarded for your contributions, but it's best that you enjoy it after the battle. We're fighting far away from home now, so we need you to take care of yourself. Hurry up and go to the medic camp to get treatment. There are more intense battles waiting for us. We need warriors like you to win another victory for the kingdom." The Devers then turned around and said to Matones and the other captains, "There's no need for the soldiers to stand like this. After today's siege, they're very tired. Hurry up and let them go back to rest and recover their strength. Get all the officers to take responsibility and send the injured soldiers to the medic camp for treatment. If there's anything that they missed or didn't notice and caused the soldiers to fall sick, the officers will be punished." Literature Hall. Chapter 802. "But your Majesty, your safety," Oliver said with concern. The Devers waved his hand and said loudly, "My safety is protected by the guards. Besides, this city has been conquered by our brave soldiers. I don't think there are any Romans here who have the courage to challenge the kingdom." None of the senior generals raised any more questions. The Devers looked at Temesepes again and said kindly, "Hurry up and get your treatment. I hope to hear the news of your meritorious service again soon." The Devers then looked at the soldiers standing next to him, waved his hand, and said, "Warriors of Dionia, go back to your station and have a good rest. Recover your strength and be ready for the next battle." At this moment, Temesepes, who was moved by the Devers' words, could not help but shout, "Long live your Majesty, the Devers!" The soldiers around him who heard the Devers' words also shouted excitedly, "Long live your Majesty, the Devers!" Soon, their voices rang throughout the city. The people of Rome who were hiding in their houses were a little frightened when they heard the deafening shouts. Some of the bolder ones even looked through the windows at the Devers and the others who were walking on the street, their eyes filled with hatred. The Devers, of course, also saw the gazes that were as sharp as knives, but he did not care. Instead, he looked around leisurely, and from time to time, he would poke the ground with his foot. He clearly felt that the current Rome was still far from the Roman Empire that was famous for its roads, bridges, and buildings in his previous life. After all, Rome had just risen in central Italy. It was far from building a huge road system for the convenience of ruling the whole of Italy. Even the bridge over the Tiber River was not a stone bridge. Moreover, the strength of Dionia in construction had far surpassed that of Rome. This made the Devers feel happy. He could not help but say, "I heard that in order to rebuild the city of Rome quickly, the people of Rome built the whole city very ugly. It seems that the rumor is true." "Yes, your Majesty. Not only are the walls of Rome ugly, but the city is also ugly. Originally, This place had rivers, hills, and flatland. If it was properly planned and built, it would have been a very beautiful city, but in the end, it was ruined by the people of Rome. Henoboris sighed regretfully. Now that this city belongs to Dionia, we can demolish it and rebuild it, said Matones nonchalantly. It seems that you, Matones, are very interested in rebuilding the city of Rome. After the war is over, you can ask the Senate to appoint you as the supervisor of the city of Rome, Divers joked. No, Your Majesty, I'm not interested in rebuilding Rome. You should give the job to someone else, Martoni said immediately. Everyone laughed heartily. The smile on the Devers' face disappeared when he saw the dead body of a Rome citizen at the corner of the street. Before the siege, I asked the legions not to kill the citizens of the city indiscriminately after conquering the city. How are the soldiers doing? Olivers glanced at the Devers' face and said carefully, We have emphasized it many times, and the soldiers tried not to kill the citizens of the city. But some people didn't know what was good for them and took the initiative to attack us, so there was nothing we could do about it. In fact, the main reason why they were injured and killed was because they ran away in panic after we conquered the city. They pushed and trampled on each other, so there were a lot of casualties in their square. The Devers certainly knew that there would be casualties after conquering the enemy city. Otherwise, how could they intimidate the people of the enemy? He only wanted to warn the legion commanders to restrain their soldiers and not to act recklessly. The army of Rome is still on their way. The more citizens of Rome we have, the more advantageous it will be for us in the upcoming battle. Have the citizens of Rome returned to their houses? Yes, Your Majesty. Some of them are unwilling to leave and are staying in the square. We have no choice but to take some forceful measures, Matones said. Daves nodded. At this time, he had already stepped into the Roman square. The wide and flat field, which was originally paved with white stone slabs, was now almost red. Pools of blood constantly reflected in Dave's eyes. He frowned as he watched the soldiers cleaning up the square and dragging away the corpses. He then asked, What are you going to do with these corpses? Matones pointed to the front and said indifferently, Drag them to the square outside the eastern part of the city and cremate them. The Devers pondered for a moment and said, Bring some people from Rome with you when you cremate them. Let them confirm the identity of the deceased and bring the ashes to the relatives of the deceased. Matones was stunned. He felt that the matter was a little troublesome. He wanted to argue further, but Oliver stopped him and interrupted. All right, Your Majesty. I'll send someone to inform Amyntas, who is in charge of this, right away. The Devers and the others went straight to the north and crossed the square. He saw 12 bronze pillars that could be hugged by a person. They were set up at intervals at the edge of the square. He went forward and looked up. Every bronze pillar was engraved with words. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time and the weathering of wind and rain. The pillars were rusty. Your Majesty, what is written on them? Henoboris asked curiously when he saw the Devers staring at the pillars. This is the law of the 12 tables of Rome. It records the laws of the people of Rome. Rome is just like us, Dionia, a country that abides by the law. The Devers sighed emotionally. He remembered that when he was studying law in his previous life, the law of the 12 tables of Rome was an important foundation to understand the formation of Western laws. He did not expect to see the real thing today. He reached out to touch the cold bronze pillar. His previous life and current life intersected at this moment. He said emotionally, This is the most precious treasure of the people of Rome. Olivers said flatteringly, It's a pity that this precious treasure of the people of Rome now belongs to us. Dionia. Henoboris glanced at the bronze pillars with greedy eyes. Although he did not know Latin, he had decided to buy a Latin slave who could read and copy all the provisions on the pillars. Let's go. The Devers led them up the stairs, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the center of power in Rome, the Senate. This is the Senate of Rome? It's much smaller than our Grand Council chamber. Henoboris looked around and said with slight disdain. The Devers did not speak, but he was also carefully looking at the building that frequently appeared in literature, history, and movies in his previous life. Compared to the Grand Council chamber of Turii, which could accommodate 1,000 people, This circular hall could only accommodate 200 to 300 people. Moreover, the indoor facilities were old. It suddenly made him realize that this was no longer the history of his previous life. In this life, the kingdom of Dionia that he built would replace the position of Rome. The brilliant Caesar and the statesman who built the Roman Empire, Octavian, would no longer exist. With this thought in mind, he strode to the center of the hall. The guards had already set up wooden tables and chairs at the place where the Roman senators were giving their speeches. They had also placed a map of the city of Rome. Matones and Olivers quickly sat on the wooden chairs. Not long after, Amintas, Lizu, Geogres, Troturas, Epitines, Leds, Cusius, Tormid, Middleades, Printos, Isum, as well as the chief of all the medical camps, Stesichides, and the chief of all the engineering camps, Orops, arrived one after another. Let's first talk about the losses of each legion in this siege. The Devers glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice. After the Devers finished speaking, the faces of the legion commanders turned a little ugly. After the reports of the legion commanders, it was the Devers' turn to look ugly. The casualties of the army were as high as 5,000, with Legio force suffering the most casualties, followed by the 1st and 2nd legions. Unlike in previous battles, 2,000 people had died in battle, and the death rate was much higher than before. Although the Devers had expected that the casualties of this siege would be relatively high, they did not expect that it would be 1/12 of the casualties of the army. Almost every legion of the 6 legions had suffered 1,000 casualties, and this did not include the soldiers who were lightly injured. The Devers suppressed the shock in their hearts and asked Stesichides, "What's the situation of these wounded soldiers?" Stesichides' expression was solemn. "The situation is very bad. So far, 450 people have died because of ineffective treatment, and there are 232 soldiers with serious burns. It is uncertain whether they can survive these days of fever and infection. There are also more than 1,000 soldiers with serious falls, stab wounds, slash wounds, smash wounds, drowning. It is impossible for them to recover in a short period of time, or even if they recover, they will not be able to live like normal people." After listening, the Devers felt depressed and uncomfortable. He knew that the main reason for such a large number of casualties was actually him. If he had not insisted on capturing Rome within a day, the legions would not have continued to attack so fiercely without caring about the sacrifices. But he still could not help but say sternly, "More than 5,000 people. This is usually the population of a small Greek city-state, but it has been crippled in one day of battle. The soldiers trust us and do their best to carry out every order we issue, and we also have to love them and lead them out. So we have to try our best to bring them home in one piece." At this point, the Devers slammed the table fiercely. "But some of you fight without using your brains and do not care about the lives of the soldiers. If you continue to fight like this, the entire legion will be destroyed. I want to see how you will face the parents, wives, and children of the soldiers who died in the battle when you go back." The Devers' sharp eyes swept over the commanders who were sitting and paused for a moment on Amintas and Olivers. Amintas did not have the help of siege equipment and did not have the cooperation of his allies to attack. He had delusionally wanted to break through the city wall with his own strength. He had actually invested almost all of his troops and continuously launched fierce attacks on the defenders at the top of the city wall, causing the strongest legion to suffer a lot of losses. Chapter 803. After Oliver's Legio IV destroyed the city wall, he did not think carefully, did not investigate, and did not control the soldiers under his command. He allowed them to rush into the gap, and as a result, they were trapped under the city, causing many to be burned and injured, and the casualties were extremely heavy. As for Matones' 2nd Legion, as the Devers were right behind him, they almost watched the whole process of the battle with their own eyes. They knew very well that although the 2nd Legion had the best siege equipment, the people of Rome had also gathered a large number of soldiers to defend the area he attacked. So, the Devers did not have much resentment towards Matones. In the past few years of war, the Devers had rarely said such harsh words. The legion commanders all lowered their heads in shame. The Devers did not look at them anymore. He softened his tone and said to Stesikides, "What difficulties do you have in treating the soldiers? There are too many injured soldiers, and we do not have enough people to take care of them. Tormid, you are responsible for transferring soldiers from each legion. Let them listen to Stesikides' command and assist the medical camp to save their comrades." "Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we also need a lot of spacious and clean rooms for the injured soldiers to rest and recover." "That is easy to do." The Devers thought for a moment and said, "I heard that many nobles of Rome escaped to Capitoline Mountain. Troturas, you are responsible for leading the soldiers to vacate their houses and let the medical camp use them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Stesikides hesitated for a moment and said, "And, Your Majesty, I hope to be able to treat the injured people of Rome." A doctor had the heart of a parent. Although both sides were enemies, in the eyes of a doctor, there were only patients. The Devers smiled and said with relief, "Even if you did not mention this, I would have asked you to do so." The Devers once again looked at the legion commanders. "Now, let us clarify the stations of each legion in the city of Rome." When the legion commanders heard this, they immediately leaned forward and looked at the map of the city of Rome on the wooden table. The 1st and 2nd legions are camping in the square. The Devers pointed at the map and said, "Legio 4 is camping in the arena. Legio 6 is camping in the southeast corner of the city. Legio V is camping in the southwest corner of the city. And Legio 3," the Devers paused and looked at Lizzo, "you will still be living in the original camp. Also, you have to include the original riverbank where the 3rd Fleet parked their warships. Continue to improve the camp's defense. Compared to the other legions, you will have a harder time, but you have to understand that you are guarding the transportation base of the entire army. It is very important. You must guard it carefully. Don't let anything go wrong. Leave it to us, Your Majesty. Don't worry," Lazaru said loudly. Davis nodded and looked around at the army commanders. "Everyone should know the location of your army's encampment. If you have any difficulties, feel free to ask." They deft the map, but they all had no objections. Only one opinion. The Deers. The Devers saw this and immediately said, "Geogories, tell me if you have any difficulties." Geogories said carefully, "Your Majesty, the southwest corner of the city is full of messy houses. There is not enough space for the Legio V to camp. Also, garbage is everywhere, and the smell is terrible. It is not conducive for the soldiers to rest. There's quite a lot of empty space near the arena. Do you think I can let the Legio V camp here?" When the Devers heard this, he quickly looked at the map. The map did not mark the slums in the southwest corner of the city of Rome, but he believed Geogories' words. After all, they were the ones who were close to the front line. "Sure." The Devers immediately agreed to Geogories' suggestion and asked the Legio 6 commander, "Trotiras, is there any difficulty for the Legio 6 to camp in the southeast corner?" "Your Majesty, I have observed when I came to the city. There is enough empty space there. There is no problem for us to camp." After talking about the infantry legion, the Devers looked at the cavalry legion commander again. "The 2 cavalry legions will camp on the north side of Mount Sirio, south of the square. There's a large market there, which the people of Rome don't need now. When I entered the city, I saw some corrals and stables in the market, which are suitable for your cavalry." Leds and Cusius had no objections. "Now that the camps of the legions have been determined, let's clarify your defense area." The Devers pointed at the map and continued, "The section of the wall that each legion attacked will be the section of the wall that you will patrol. At the same time, each legion will be responsible for the order and safety of the city. The initial plan is as follows. The 4th and 5th legions will be responsible for the city south of the arena. The 1st and Legio 6 will be responsible for the city north of Rome Square to Mount Esquiri. The 2nd legions, the fleet infantry, and the mountain reconnaissance brigade will be responsible for the area in the middle of the city." At this point, the Devers looked at Martones. "Your 2nd legions will be responsible for the largest area, but the number of soldiers is the least. But you don't have to worry. According to the information I have received so far, most of the residents in the middle of the city are Rome nobles, but many of them have escaped to Capitoline Mountain. Your task is relatively easier. Your Majesty, even if they are still here, our brothers in the Second Legions will not feel any pressure. They are all old, young, women, and children. What is there to be afraid of? Martoni said confidently. The Legio III will be responsible for the north bank of Rome Bridge. At the same time, you will be responsible for protecting the port that we're going to build there. As for the 2 cavalry legions, your task is to patrol the city. If you discover any abnormalities, inform the legions in the area you are responsible for and let them handle it. The city is not suitable for the cavalry to fight in. Don't let our precious cavalry die here. In addition, the legions must seize the time to improve the section of the city that you are defending. Set up abatis and dig traps outside the city walls to ensure that we don't have to pay a heavy price to defend the city that belongs to us. Oh, by the way, the 4th and 5th legions must repair the 2 sections of the wall that were destroyed. Your Majesty, our soldiers are already working on it, Georges said immediately. Very good. The Devers nodded in satisfaction. Georges was not as brave as Martoni's, nor was he as intelligent as Oliver's. He was even a little timid, but it was precisely because of his timidity that he was cautious and meticulous. He could play an important role in certain situations. Your Majesty, what about us? Where will we stay? What is our task? You didn't forget about us, did you? Epitines asked anxiously. How could I forget about your troops? He then pointed to the mountain-shaped sign on the western section of the northeast city wall and said in a deep voice, I want you to lead the troops to build a camp and surround Capitoline Mountain. Isn't it better to attack it directly? Epitines suggested loudly. No, we have to keep it. The Devers smiled mysteriously. That way, we can control the Rome army outside the city. The Devers' words made the legion commanders fall into deep thought. You have all been clear about your tasks. Who else has a different opinion? No, the commanders replied in unison. How many captives have we captured? The Devers turned to ask Tormid. Preliminary statistics show that there are more than 21,300. That's a lot of people. Many of them are the elderly, women, children, and slaves, Tormid reminded them. Release all the captives above the age of 55 and below the age of 15. The rest will be escorted by your corps to be laborers. Wait, Divers suddenly thought of something and changed his words. First, separate the nobles and commoners among these captives. Also, make sure that the nobles and the commoners are clear as well. Do not release the nobles and commoners, regardless of their age. We're not familiar with the situation in Rome. I'm afraid we can't do it in a short period of time. Tormid looked troubled. You bring Valkyries, the slave from Rome who has just submitted to us. Let him do the initial identification. You will be in charge of supervising him. The Devers knew that his men were good at war, but they had no experience in handling other government affairs. He was eager to meet the senators and administrators in Ostia. Understood. Tormid accepted the order. Araps, the engineering team you organized, has built many siege machines in a short period of time. They have contributed greatly to our conquest of Rome. The Devers was generous with his compliments. He told the military judge to record the contributions of the engineers and carpenters as an important basis for the distribution of land after the war. Then, he made another request. I need you to lead all the engineers and build a simple dock at the riverbank where the Third Fleet dock their warships. That way, our cargo ships can dock and load and unload supplies. Araps was surprised. Your Majesty, isn't there a riverbank here? Why do you want to build another one? The Devers knew that although Araps was a mercenary, he had been obsessed with research and manufacturing machines for the past few years. He did not understand the current situation well. So, he patiently explained to him, the army of Rome is coming soon. I'm afraid there are about 70,000 of them. With the current situation of our army, it is not suitable for us to fight them head-on. We can only defend Rome for the time being. The riverbank is outside Rome, and there are no strong walls to protect it. If we want to defend it, we will have to pay a high price. It is not necessary at all, so we can only rely on you. Tomorrow, a large number of personnel and cargo ships will arrive in Rome. I hope you can speed up the construction of a dock. We will do our best, Araps replied in a deep voice. Although he felt a certain amount of pressure, he was still confident that he could build the dock tomorrow. After all, he had more than 1,000 experienced and skilled engineers and craftsmen, including the engineering battalions of the various legions, and he had enough wood. Chapter 804. Your Majesty. At this moment, Middle-Aids said worriedly, when the Roman army arrives and we defend the city of Rome, then both sides of the Tiber River to Ostia will be controlled by the Romans. The slaves will not be able to pull the fiber for our ships. Without the trackers, the ships will not be able to travel from Ostia to Rome unless there is a strong east wind. In this way, Rome will be cut off from the outside world, and it will become an isolated city. Middle-Aids' words shocked the generals. Devers smiled and said, I have also considered this problem, but don't worry. We can let the trackers pull the fiber from the north bank of the Tiber River. North bank? According to the previous information, the section of the Tiber River from Rome to Ostia is deep and wide. It is completely impossible to cross, and on such a long section of the river, the Romans only built 2 bridges. One is the spine bridge guarded by Legio III, and the other is a wooden bridge built on the island in the middle of the river. In fact, there were 2 bridges, but the Romans have destroyed it themselves. I guess the reason why there are so few bridges is because the Romans and the Etruscans were enemies in the past. To prevent them from easily crossing the Tiber River and invading Rome's territory, and the coast here is controlled by our fleet. The Roman army cannot easily reach the north bank and threaten the trackers that pull the boats for us. As for the Roman colonies and the Etruscan allies on the north bank of the Tiber River, their reinforcements have been defeated by us, and many of them have been captured. Devers looked at Lazuru with approval and said, Next, we will take some action against the cities on the north bank to wipe out Rome's forces on the north bank of the Tiber River and ensure the safety of the waterway. The generals were a little excited. After all, no general liked to be beaten. Devers' words seemed to imply that they were going to take some military action on the north bank of the Tiber River. Your Majesty, I've read the information about the Latin region. It seems that there's a pontoon bridge connecting the 2 sides of the Tiber River in the city of Ferdini, Printos reminded him softly. Hearing this, the Devers nodded approvingly. Yes, there's a pontoon bridge in Phaedon, but it is too narrow for a large army to pass through. I have already ordered the scouts to monitor the movements of the Phaedini pontoon bridge day and night. Once there are signs of the enemy, Lizu, you will immediately send a large team to the north bank of the pontoon bridge to stop the enemy from crossing the river. If Rome's army was dispatched, then Oliver's Legio IV would have to gather first and rush there. But I don't think Camillus would make such a stupid mistake and let his army gather on the narrow pontoon bridge for us to slaughter. Understood, Your Majesty, Lazuru, and Oliver's replied in unison. Middle-Aids was relieved and immediately said, Your Majesty, when can the Third Fleet leave Rome and return to the sea? The warships that dominated the sea were like dragons swimming in shallow water in the middle of the river. They were useless. As a commander of the Navy, Middle-Aids did not want the fleet to become a subsidiary of the army and only play a supporting role in the whole battle. The Devers obviously understood his thoughts and said, The crew of the fleet also contributed greatly in today's battle. They must be very tired. Rest well in the camp tonight and recover your strength. Tomorrow morning, you can lead the fleet to leave Rome and ensure the safety of the army at sea, but leave 5 fast ships and 2,000 infantrymen behind. Yes, Your Majesty, Middle-Aids replied without hesitation. The Devers then asked him, It will take 3 to 4 days to get from Ostia to Trine, right? If the wind is favorable, it will take 1 to 2 days. The Third Fleet has enough personnel at the naval base in Trine. The Devers looked at him and said in a low voice, I allow the Third Fleet to recruit another 2,000 infantrymen to participate in the war against Rome and Carthage. Thank you, Your Majesty. Middle-Aids was overjoyed. He actually stood up and gave a military salute to the Devers. It should be known that the size of each legion and fleet was fixed. Legion commanders and fleet commanders were not allowed to expand their forces without permission. This right was only in the hands of the king. If someone violated this rule and was found out, not only would he be sentenced according to the military law, he might even be stripped of his citizenship in Dionia. Of course, the Legion commanders and regional commanders who were on the battlefield had the right to summon the citizens of the region to participate in the war. However, these temporary troops had to be disbanded after the war ended. Therefore, the Legion commanders looked at Middle-Aids with envy. If the river port outside the city is lost, the granary will naturally be lost too. The Devers turned and asked Tormid, have the food outside the city been transported in? The supply team is speeding up the transportation. Where do you store the food in the city? The Devers asked again. Here. Tormid pointed to a hill south of the square on the map. Mount Palatine. The terrain here is relatively low, and there are wide and flat roads. There are also many empty courtyards and ready-made granaries, which are convenient for us to store food. We also found a lot of food left in these houses. The people living on this hill are the descendants of the colonists who followed the first king of Rome to build the city here. Now, they have all become nobles. This hill is the closest to Mount Capitoline. I'm afraid most of the people on the hill have fled to Mount Capitoline. According to the information from the city of Rome, the Devers actually guessed the situation of the residents on Mount Palatine after the city was breached. At the same time, Tormid's words reminded him, Tormid, send some troops to collect the food stored in the homes of all the nobles in Rome as military food. Only the nobles? Tormid was a little surprised. Yes, only the nobles. If they do not go to Capitoline, leave a small amount of food for them, enough to last them for 10 days. However, do not break into the houses of the civilians, and do not take away their food and belongings. If I find anyone who violates this rule, I will severely punish them. The Devers looked around and said sternly, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Since the soldiers entered the city, they have been strictly following your orders. The generals promised. Well, everyone, since you have been clear about your tasks, go and carry them out quickly. The Devers stood up and said in a passionate voice, The army of Rome is on the way, and I'm afraid they will arrive tomorrow or the day after. We must be fully prepared before they arrive, defeat them, and expand our victory. Let this land belong to the kingdom of Dionia. The generals saluted the Devers with fighting spirit and strode away. Stesichides and Orops also left in high spirits. After everyone left, the Devers stopped Printos. Your Majesty, the First Legion suffered heavy casualties. I am responsible. Printos felt guilty and wanted to apologize. The Devers waved his hand and said, I understand the situation. This is not your fault. Don't take the responsibility on yourself. Printos immediately relaxed. Now, I will give you a task. The Devers said with a serious expression, Take a few advisors and 100 palace guard with you to search all the houses of the nobles in the city. Collect all the gold, silver, and other valuables and register them. The drought this time has almost depleted the national treasury. These valuables can be transported back to ease the situation in the country. Printos immediately expressed his understanding. He thought for a moment and said, Do we need to move those temples? In a city, the temples were the richest because the people worshipped and feared the gods. They always offered the best things to the gods, hoping to get their blessings and protection. In Rome, except for the temples of the main gods on Capitoline Hill, there were also temples in other districts. Not for now. The Devers still had some concerns about this. Without further explanation, Printos seemed to have understood. He accepted the order and turned to leave. The Devers looked at the empty hall and temporarily relaxed. He looked at the map on the wooden table for a while and then decided to visit the wounded soldiers in the medical camp. As soon as he walked out of the Senate, he bumped into Clodo Catax. Father. Although Clodo Catax looked tired, he was a little excited. Of course, the Devers knew the reason. In the later stages of the battle to stop Rome's reinforcements, his son had cut down 2 enemies and overcome the discomfort of killing for the first time. Then, he followed the army to break through the city of Rome and chased after the defeated defenders. Then, together with other soldiers, he cleaned up the wounded, blood-stained, and messy square. The Devers was satisfied with his son's performance on the battlefield for the first time. But now he was obviously in a state of excitement like a child who got a new toy and needed to cool down at the right time. So the Devers said calmly, "Go out with me." "Where are we going?" Henneborus, who was following behind, said with some interest, "The casualty camp." Quintus and Frius each led 3,000 soldiers and began to speed up their return to Rome at dusk yesterday. However, they lacked the experience of marching at night due to their lack of preparation. Soon, they encountered some difficulties such as soldiers falling and getting separated. As the night deepened, the situation became more and more difficult to control. Quintus and Frius did not dare to continue on their journey. They could only let the soldiers rest in the barracks along the river. In the early morning of the next day, the army set off early again. But not long after, they encountered trouble again. Although they did not encounter the attacks of the indigenous people, the road along the river was either destroyed or blocked by wood and stones, so the army had to stop and clear the road. They walked and stopped, and finally, at dusk, they walked out of the Tuller's Valley and arrived at the city of Prinister. Chapter 805. Quintus and Frius were so tired that they did not even have time to catch their breath before they met Megis. "What did you say? Rome has fallen." The two generals felt as though they were hit by a head-on blow. They staggered and almost fell. How is that possible? The walls of Rome are so tall, and there are so many people in the city. They cannot even hold on for a day. Frius couldn't believe what he was seeing. Quintus grabbed Megis' clothes and asked angrily, "What are the Senate doing? What are you doing? Did you not do anything? Did you just watch the enemy attack our city?" "I did. Of course we did. We did our best, gathered reinforcements, and attacked the enemy recklessly, trying to relieve the pressure on the defenders in the city. For this, our army was defeated, even Paulus died in the battle." Megis explained with a pained expression, but the 5-year-old man cried helplessly like a child. "But the Dionia made a lot of siege weapons that we have never seen before. They even used warships to build dozens of pontoons on the Tiber River. And their soldiers are very elite. But what about us? We, not only Rome, even the elite citizens of the surrounding allies were brought to Helniki. How could we win?" Megius's rebuttal left Quintus and Frius speechless and guilt-ridden. "Let's go. Let's take back Rome immediately." Quintus suddenly roared and stormed out. Frius was stunned for a moment. Then he followed him. Megis immediately stopped them and advised, "I understand your feelings, but your army is less than 10,000 people, and you are attacking the Dionia. It is too risky. Let's wait for the dictator, Lord Camillus, to arrive with his army before attacking. Although we only have 6,000 people, the enemy has just occupied the city of Rome. They must have suffered great losses, and the order in the city must be in chaos. They will not be on guard against us, just like when Camillus ambushed Prinister. We might succeed." Quintus retorted loudly. "The people of Dionia are different from the people of Volsci and Marci. They are more disciplined and would not make such a mistake. Besides, there are still dozens of miles from here to Rome. You must be very tired after the long journey. Do you still have the strength to fight when you reach Rome?" Despite Mesius's persuasion, Quintus refused to listen and even called him a coward who's afraid of death. Under his insistence, Frius, who was a little shaken, naturally joined him. "Damn Clodius's stupid ass." Mesius stomped his feet and cursed. It was said that the people of the Claudius clan were stubborn, and he had finally seen it for himself today. Mesius helplessly watched the two figures disappear into the distance. He squatted on the ground dejectedly. After a while, he came back to his senses and suddenly remembered something. He immediately turned around and ran to the Senate in Prinister. At this time, the people who lived in the villages outside of Rome and had fled to Rome before the war arrived in batches at the place where the army was staying. They cried and complained to the soldiers. The news of the fall of Rome swept through the entire army like a sudden storm. The soldiers were shocked and shouted that they wanted to defeat the people of Dionia and take back Rome. The scene became very chaotic. In fact, at this time, even if Quintus and Frius wanted to act safely, it was already impossible. The entire army was almost out of control. But this was in line with Quintus's requirements. He stood on a high place, waved his fists, and shouted at the soldiers, "Citizens of Rome, our home is being trampled by the enemy. Our loved ones are being bullied. Do you hear them? They are shouting for help. You are the only ones who can save them now. Pick up your weapons and continue to move forward. Drive away the enemy and save Rome. You will be the heroes of the people." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers waved their spears and shouted angrily, "Save Rome! Save Rome! Save Rome!" The thunderous roar reverberated outside Prinister, raising the morale of the soldiers. They forgot their fatigue, and, under the leadership of Quintus and Frius, they rushed towards Rome. After consoling the medical camp, Clodo Catax no longer had an excited smile on his face. Instead, his mood was a little heavy. Devers saw this and felt that it was a good thing, but he didn't say much. Everything depended on Clodo Catax to experience and comprehend it himself. After returning to the Senate of Rome, which had temporarily become the command center of the Dionysian army, he immediately summoned Topyrus. Because Topyrus had been on a diplomatic mission to Rome, Devers did not leave him in Ostia. Instead, he followed the army to Rome and was ready to consult him at any time. "Congratulations on capturing the great city of Rome, Your Majesty." Topyrus immediately congratulated the Devers respectfully when he saw him. Capturing the city of Rome is indeed worthy of celebration, but indulging too much in this victory may put our army in a difficult position later on, Devers said faintly, then pointed to the wooden chair next to him. "Sit down, Topyrus. Can you tell me what kind of enemies we're going to face here?" Topyrus said calmly, then pointed at the wooden chair next to him. "Sit down, Topyrus." Upon hearing the question raised by Devers, although Topyrus did not understand why the wise king suddenly asked this question, it was obviously related to calling him here. His mind raced, and he said in a low voice, "The army of Rome that is returning, the Latin city-states around Rome, and, the Etruscan allies in Rome." Devers did not give an immediate response. Instead, he continued to ask, "How much do you know about Etruria?" Etruria? Topyrus roughly understood what Devers wanted him to do. As an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his department had a lot of information about the surrounding areas of Rome. Some of it was even confidential. Most of it was collected by the intelligence department led by Aristides, so that diplomats could learn and understand it, so that when they went on diplomatic missions, they could have a clear target. Topyrus immediately said humbly, "Your Majesty, I know a little about it. The Etruscans are a major force in central and northern Italy. They are an Etruscan alliance formed by 12 important city-states. They used to be the enemy of Rome for a long time, but the invasion of the Celts greatly weakened the Etruscans a dozen years ago, causing the Etruscan city-states north of the Tiber River to be conquered by Rome." Devers nodded, leaned back, and said seriously, "Although we have conquered the city of Rome, the real elite army of Rome is coming soon. We must do our best to deal with their attack. However, if the Etruscans on the north bank of the Tiber River respond to the request of Rome again and attack again, we will be in a dilemma of fighting on two sides. But the Etruscans were once very glorious. Even Rome was ruled by them for a long time. Now, the people of Rome want to be their master and want them to listen to the summons and obey the orders of Rome. I think these Etruscan city-states that have been conquered by Rome will not be satisfied. So, I need a diplomat to go to Cisrella, Volci, and Tarzona to bring them the goodwill of Dionia. We are willing to form an alliance with them and help them regain the land that Rome has taken away. However, we have never had any formal dealings with the Etruscans before, so I can't guess what kind of attitude they will take towards the messenger we send. So, this mission is more risky." Topyrus immediately stood up and made an impassioned plea to the Devers. "Your Majesty, the first day I entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I knew that being a diplomat was a dangerous job. For the success of this expedition, for Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the Etruscan city-states and do my best to complete the mission." The Devers looked at him with approval, and after a moment, he said in a clear voice, "I am very lucky to have bought you and given you freedom. You will definitely become an example for all slaves of Dionia to liberate. Topyrus' heart was beating wildly, and he immediately responded sincerely, Your Majesty, it is my greatest honor to be your slave. Good, good. The Devers smiled and nodded, then said, In this battle, we have captured some Etruscans. You can choose some of them, and when you go to the Etruscan city-states, release them to show our sincerity. Topyrus' eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, can I see these captives now? I can find out more about the Etruscan city-states that I will be going to. Of course. The Devers was happy for his subordinate's diligence. After Topyrus left, Henoboris smiled and said, Your Majesty, your ability to liberate slaves is very strong. I think this Topyrus will not be any worse than Elidocrad in the future. Elidocrad is now a new senator. The Devers glanced at him and said calmly, Hurry up and bring that senator of Rome, Indiana. Publius Manlius was brought into the Senate of Rome. Seeing that the center of power in Rome had now become the enemy's office, with wooden tables and chairs in the center of the hall, surrounded by enemy soldiers in shining armor, his face twitched a few times. He walked straight over, pulled a wooden chair, and sat down. The Devers sized him up, and he stared back at the Devers without showing any weakness. This is the king of the powerful kingdom of Dionia, Devers. People of Rome, please show your respect immediately. Henoboris shouted loudly. Chapter 806. At the same time, the guards roared in unison. In the face of the murderous aura, Publius Manlius did not feel nervous at all. He put on a blank expression as if he did not understand Greek. The Devers looked at this guy with a soft, round face who looked a little jubilant and couldn't help but laugh. We have already interrogated your slave. You're proficient in Greek. Stop pretending. Publius' face immediately changed, and he said coldly in Greek, You occupied our city, and you want us to express our gratitude? I think only a fool would have such a ridiculous idea. Henoboris was so angry that he wanted to refute, but the Devers waved his hand to stop him. The senators of Rome were indeed the elites of Rome. There were no cowards. The Devers, who knew some of the history of the Republic of Rome in his previous life, sighed and then slowly said, The Manlius clan is a famous clan in Rome. Someone told me that during the Celtic occupation of Rome, one of the heroes who saved Rome, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, should also belong to your Manlius clan. I wonder if he is your brother? Publius' face changed, and he said loudly, No, I have nothing to do with him. The Devers looked straight at him and said in a serious tone, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus was once the patriarch of your Manlius clan. How can you have nothing to do with him? I'm afraid that you being able to sit in the position of a senator of Rome is also related to him. Publius seemed to be insulted. He ignored the deterrence of the guards next to him, stood up, and emphasized loudly, Marcus' attempt to implement a dictatorship in Rome is a disgrace to our Manlius clan. He has been removed from the genealogy and has nothing to do with us. Oh, dictatorship? The Devers smiled playfully. Your Rome has long abolished the king. How capable does Marcus have to dare to implement a dictatorship when the people of Rome have long approved of the current regime of Rome? Just because he repelled the Celts' ambush on Capitoline Mountain and saved Rome? Or was it because he had repelled the Equus attacks several times? Or was it because of his bravery in battle and the fact that he had won more than 40 laurels? I don't think Marcus, who has served as the consul of Rome many times, is a madman. He is not stupid enough to play with his life. Publius was a little surprised. He didn't expect a foreign king to know Marcus so well. But in the end, his life was still taken away, and he was even charged by your Senate with the crime of attempting to dictate in vain. Why? The Devers' eyes were as sharp as knives as he asked in a deep voice. However, Publius didn't make eye contact and remained silent. The Devers smiled slightly and said softly, Isn't it because he supported the commoners, asked for the abolition of debts, fought for the rights of the commoners, and harmed the interests of your aristocracy? That's why you regarded him as a traitor and wanted to kill him. The Devers' words entered Publius' ears and made him tremble. He didn't expect the king of Dionia to know so much about the past. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. What does he want? But in my opinion, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus is a true hero of Rome. He disregarded his aristocratic identity and sincerely helped the commoners in order to alleviate the fierce conflict between the aristocracy and the commoners in Rome, so that your city-state could develop better. Unfortunately, the greedy and short-sighted aristocrats of Rome not only cruelly killed him, but also shamelessly framed him. This is really unbearable. The Devers looked indignant, giving people the impression that he was not a king of Dionia, but a citizen of Rome who was worried about national affairs, which made Publius deeply confused. At this moment, the Devers said in a deep voice, "So I decided tomorrow, in front of the people of Rome, to clear the grievances of this true hero of Rome, to prove his innocence, and to announce the realization of his ideals, abolish the debts of the commoners of Rome, distribute land to them, and let them enjoy equal opportunities to hold public office." When Publius heard this, he shouted in a hurry, "No, you have no right to do this." "Of course I have a right, because the city of Rome is in my hands. Do you think that the more than 60,000 troops led by Camillus can take down the city that is heavily defended by 50,000 elite troops of Dionia? He will soon taste the taste of failure." The Devers' sharp eyes looked straight at Publius, and his voice pierced his mind like an iron nail. "And you, Publius Manlius, will appear with me in front of the people of Rome tomorrow. As the cousin of Marcus, you have to show support for my order. I think you will receive the support of countless people of Rome. No, even if you kill me, I will never appear in front of the people with you." Publius refused on the spot without hesitation. "This is an order. You must attend. Otherwise," the Devers' eyebrows rose, and his tone was firm. He reached out to the guard for a dagger, and then suddenly swung it down. With a bang, a corner of the wooden table was completely cut off. The triangular table corner bounced a few times on the ground, making a clang sound, which made Publius feel frightened. What made him even more frightened was the cold voice of the Devers. "You and your family will all be executed. Anyway, I still have a few captives of the Manlius clan in my hands. There will always be someone who will agree. I will give you some time to think about it. Publius Manlius, the current patriarch." At the end of his sentence, the Devers smiled at him. This smile was as terrible as a demon in the eyes of Publius. When he was escorted out by the guards, his legs almost went soft, but he kept cursing in his heart, "Marcus, isn't it enough that you have harmed our Manlius clan? Now you want to drag us down with you. If it weren't for you, how could I have kept a low profile in the Senate all these years? And because the other senators alienated our clan, they forgot to inform us in advance to evacuate. When we packed our luggage and wanted to go to Capitoline Mountain, the entire square was blocked by civilians. Marcus, your Majesty, will he agree?" Henneborus asked curiously. "If he doesn't agree, there are other Manlius. Even if all the Manlius don't agree, it won't have much of an impact on our plan." The Devers returned the dagger to the guard, then said casually, "With them around, it will only make our actions more convincing. As long as the benefits given to the civilians of Rome are real, I don't believe that they won't be tempted. Actually, this Publius doesn't realize how much benefit he will have in the future if he does as your Majesty says." Henneborus laughed. "Then he can only regret it in Hades." The Devers said lightly, then reminded Henneborus, "Go and call Vocres in." This was the first time Vocres had entered the Senate of Rome. Although he was very curious, he didn't stop to look around, because the king of Dionia was waiting for him in front. If he had chosen to help the outsiders of Dionia against his former mother state for the sake of revenge and getting out of trouble, now he was truly in awe of Dionia. They had conquered Rome, the largest city in Latin, in a single day. What a powerful military force. Could the other factions here really fight against such a powerful kingdom? Vocres was very doubtful, so he walked up to the king of Devers anxiously. The Devers said to him amiably, "I remember your name is Vocres, right? Don't be nervous. Take a seat first." Yes. Valkyries replied repeatedly, but he still stood there cautiously. Seeing him like this, the Devers said in a gentle tone, "This time, we were able to conquer Rome because of your great contribution. In order to commend your contribution, I will grant you the citizenship of Dionia in advance." Thank you, your majesty," Valkyries hurriedly said. The Dever smiled. "Also, now that we have Rome, and you're the first person from Rome to become a citizen of Dionia, I have decided to appoint you as the adjutant of Rome's administration." Adjutant of Rome. Valkyries was confused by the meaning of this unfamiliar term. It's similar to the magistrates of Rome, but in reality, they are more powerful than the magistrates. Hennepolis, who had done some research on Rome's political system, explained. The magistrates of Rome, as the name suggested, were in charge of the administrative affairs of Rome. However, in reality, Rome was a country, and all the decisions, big and small, were made by the Senate. The administrative affairs of Rome were handled by the two magistrates, and the most important legal affairs of Rome were handled by the magistrates. The magistrates were actually one of the subordinates of the magistrates, and were responsible for some insignificant affairs of Rome. Therefore, it was only a middle-level official position in Rome. However, the adjutant of Dionia was different, as the magistrate of a city was the highest manager of a city in Dionia. As long as it did not violate the laws of Dionia, he could make plans and decisions on the management and development of the city according to his own ideas. As the assistant of the magistrate, the adjutant of the magistrate was responsible for the specific affairs of a certain aspect of the city and had the decisive right to speak and execute in this aspect. Although it was only a middle-level official position in Dionia, it was in the process of transitioning to a senior official position. Moreover, the officials of Dionia who had been promoted to senator in the past 10 years had all served as the adjutant of the magistrate before, so the position of adjutant of the magistrate became the wind vane for the promotion to senator. Literature Hall. Chapter 807. Of course, Valkyries didn't understand how precious this position was, but he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just 2 days ago, he had been a lowly slave, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a mid-level official that the commoners of Rome envied. This sudden pie that fell from the sky made him dizzy, and he began to panic. Your Majesty, I've never held a public office before. I'm worried that I won't be able to do it." The Devers comforted him gently. "Don't worry. No one is born to do things. I'll send someone to help you, but of course you'll have to work hard yourself." Valkyries nodded repeatedly. "Can you read?" the Devers asked. Valkyries shook his head a little ashamed. "That's not a problem." The Devers encouraged him. There are many slaves in Dionia who didn't have the chance to read before they were liberated, but they used their time and opportunities to study hard. Not only did they become literate, but they also passed the examinations and became officials of the kingdom. I'm sure you could do the same. When you have enough knowledge and understand the laws of Dionia, you'll be able to make more contributions to Dionia. You might even be elected to the Senate of Dionia. Become a senator? Valkyrie's breathing quickened. This was something he hadn't even dared to dream of. Hence, when he left, he felt as if he was walking on clouds, and his whole body floated in the air. Seeing Valkyries in such a state, Hennepolis couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Your Majesty, will he be able to do well?" "I don't expect him to do well as the adjutant of Rome's governor, but he will be a role model. His deeds will tell all the commoners of Rome that Dionia can give them the rights that they couldn't obtain from the Senate of Rome, even if they had to sacrifice their lives." "That's enough." The Devers smiled, and then said seriously, "Also, Hennepolis, don't underestimate these people of lowly birth. Once they are freed from their shackles and given a chance, their determination to change their fate will burst forth with unimaginable power. I'll pay attention to his performance." "I hope he won't let you down, your Majesty," Hennepolis said seriously. At this time, Devers rubbed his stomach. "It's time for dinner. I'm a little hungry." Hennepolis hastily sent for the servants to prepare dinner. When the Devers sat down at the table, he noticed that one person was missing. "Where's Clotho?" "Oh, your Majesty," Marcius, who was at the side, quickly replied. His Highness has gone to the plaza to have a meal with the soldiers of the 2nd Army Division. I asked the guards who fought with him to accompany him. Devers was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in relief. It seems that this child has begun to adapt to the battlefield. Just as the Devers took a bite of the bread and took a sip of the watered wine, a guard hurried in. Your Majesty, scouts have come to report that there are less than 10,000 Roman troops marching towards Rome from the southeast of Rome. Hearing this news, the Devers looked calm. After thinking for a moment, he said, Southeast. We've just defeated the reinforcements of Latin City during the day. The army that has appeared now can only be the vanguard of the army led by the dictator of Rome, Camillus. It's a distance of hundreds of kilometers from Helsinki to here. It's really not easy for this army to arrive in just over a day. Inform the commanders to hold the city walls. Wait until the enemy's morale is depleted before we eat them up. After giving the order, the Devers took a big bite of the crispy bread. The Capitoline Hill, one of the 7 hills of Rome, became a holy land for the people of Rome because of the temple of Jupiter, the patron saint of Rome, the temple of Juno, and the temple of Janus, another god of war worshipped by the people of Rome. The temple of this god with 2 heads had 2 gates. The gate would always be open during times of war and closed during times of peace. But since the 2nd king of Rome, Numa, the gate of the temple had almost never been closed. The Capitoline Hill was the highest of the 7 hills of Rome. Although it was only more than 50 meters high, 3 of its sides were steep cliffs. The narrower side was slightly flatter, and there was a road up the hill. Because the area at the top of the hill was too small, no one chose it as a place to live when Rome was first built. Later on, only a few people lived on it, including the Manlius clan. It was not until Marcus Manlius Capitolinus was executed for attempting to be a dictator that the Senate of Rome issued a new resolution. No one is allowed to live on the Capitoline Hill. For this reason, the Manlius clan had to move. More than a decade ago, when the Celts invaded, the senators of Rome retreated to the Capitoline Hill with some of their citizens. They held on for more than half a year, preventing the entire city of Rome from completely falling into the enemy's hands. It also encouraged the people of Rome to fight back. In the end, Camillus led the army to drive away the Celts. This made the Capitoline Hill even more sacred in the hearts of the people of Rome. This time, the people of Rome were confident that they could hold on until Camillus led the army back to Rome. However, as the battle reports came in, the ferocious and strange way the Dionia attacked the city made the defenders feel that the situation was not good. These nobles of Rome who had lived for hundreds of years naturally had the experience of avoiding disaster. They secretly began to ask their people, relatives, and friends to prepare in advance. So when the Senate made the decision to retreat to the Capitoline Hill, they quickly took their families and supplies and fled to the hill. The Capitoline Hill, which was usually bustling except for festivals and ceremonies, suddenly became crowded and noisy. After the high priest Ulysses prayed to Jupiter and Juno for forgiveness, the people were allowed to enter the temple to take refuge. As a result, the courtyard of the temple was filled with frightened people. Even the main hall, which was usually off-limits to people, had become the temporary residence and meeting place of the senators. Ambutus and Scipio the Great walked into the hall quickly. The senators who were discussing nervously immediately looked at them. Potitus asked, "Have you counted the number of people who went up the mountain?" "A total of 5,642 people," Ambutus replied. "This is several times more than the number of people on the mountain last time." The old senator, Lucretius, sighed. Everyone knew what he was talking about. Many of them suddenly looked gloomy. Someone quickly asked, "Is there enough food?" "About a month," Ambutus said. "I have already sent a patrol team to collect the food and send someone to guard it." The so-called collection was actually forcing the people who went up the mountain to hand over the food in their hands, and then evenly distributing it every day. However, the senators did not object to this. It had only been 10 years since the Celtic invasion. Some of the elders had even personally participated in the battle to defend the Capitoline Hill, so they were already familiar with the task. "How many soldiers can fight?" Marugenins asked. Only 650 people. I have already selected them and formed 6 squadrons. Scipio the Great replied with a gloomy expression. Only 650 people, someone exclaimed, but then realized that his voice was too loud and had alarmed the gods in the hall. So he quickly shut his mouth. Including the patrol team, there are more than 800 people. The number of soldiers on Capitoline Hill has doubled compared to the last time. We can completely hold on until Camillus returns and drives the enemy away. You don't have to worry at all. Potitus comforted everyone. Scipio, after a discussion just now, we have decided to let you be in charge of the defense of Capitoline Hill, Maruginus said. Me? Scipio the Great was a little surprised. When he fled to the mountain, he was criticized by some of the senators. They thought that it was because of his cowardice that the city of Rome was breached so quickly. 10 years ago, you once stubbornly resisted the Celts on this mountain and defended it with other warriors for more than half a year. You are already very experienced in this. Previously, you have fought hard against the Dionia for so long, so you have some understanding of them. Apart from you, who else can take on this important responsibility? At this point, Maruginus glanced at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "The fall of Rome has nothing to do with you. After the battle began, you handed over the command to us. Oh, we did not expect the Dionia to be so strong in attacking the city. The main reason is that the young and strong citizens in the city of Rome are not there," Cleonius said loudly. Obviously, he wanted to blame the fall of the city on Camillus. This time, no one spoke up to defend Camillus. Even Potitus chose to remain silent. The fall of Rome made the senators more or less dissatisfied with Camillus. If it were not for the dictator's proposal to concentrate all our forces and conquer Helniki first, Rome would not have suffered such a disaster. However, the senators had apparently forgotten that Camillus's proposal had received their strong support. They had even thought of getting many benefits from this military operation. At this critical moment, Scipio the Great did not refuse and accepted the appointment. However, as he had just fought with the Dionysian army, he expressed his concern about the upcoming battle. Elders and newcomers, since I came up to the mountain, I have been paying attention to the performance of the Dionysian army in the city of Rome. They did not kill the people of Rome who stayed at the foot of the mountain, bully the women of Rome, nor did they loot or burn down the buildings. They did not even get into conflicts and fights over property and women. What were they doing? They drove the people of Rome back to their homes. They are actually cleaning the streets, setting up tents in the square, and patrolling the city walls. The performance of the Dionysian army in Rome is completely different from that of the Celts 10 years ago. You have high hopes for Camillus, who is about to lead the army back, but I hope you are also prepared for the worst. Camillus may not be able to recapture Rome in a short time. Chapter 808. His words hit the nail on the head of Potitus, Maruginus, and the others. It also made more of the senators who had fantasies uneasy. There was a commotion in the shrine. At this moment, a soldier came in to report that the southwest of the city was brightly lit, and the sounds of killing were deafening. Could it be that reinforcements have arrived? The speculation of a senator made everyone feel refreshed. Everyone hurriedly walked out of the shrine and came to the edge of the cliff under the protection of the soldiers. Sure enough, they saw that the night in the southwest was dyed red by the flames, and there were faint lights surrounding the city of Rome in other places. That should be the torches on the entire city wall being lit by the enemy. I'm afraid that reinforcements have arrived. The senators stood on the edge of the cliff and stared at the flames in the distance anxiously. Under the leadership of the high priest, the people on the top of the mountain prayed excitedly and devoutly to god Jupiter. The attackers were the 6,000 Roman soldiers led by Quintus and Frius. They did not prepare any other siege machinery. They only carried a dozen or so thick logs from Prinister and raised their torches high as they charged straight at the Roman army. Perhaps in the impression of the Roman soldiers, the Dionia had just captured the city of Rome and were looting the city's belongings and women. It was the time when the city gate was wide open and the defense was weak. Just like the Aquis and the Hernici who broke through the city of Prinister last year, or the Celts who broke through the city of Rome and other Latin city-states 10 years ago, their sudden attack could catch the enemy off guard. Unexpectedly, when they arrived outside the city of Rome, they found that the city of Rome was quiet. The city gates of Rome were closed, torches were lit on the city walls, and the enemy soldiers were fully armed and ready for battle. The reality was different from what they had imagined. Quintus and Frius were a little nervous, but they still ordered the soldiers to make a tentative attack. As a result, the Roman soldiers carried the logs and struggled to crawl through the trenches. When they arrived in front of the city gate, they suffered many casualties under the long-range attacks of the defenders. They soon found that hitting the city gate with the logs was not very effective. It turned out that when the people of Rome were defending the city, they sealed all the gates with wood and stones because they lacked manpower. After the Dionysian army entered the city, the Devers only ordered the soldiers to clear the Sirius gate on the south wall, which was closest to the square, and the Naevia gate on the west, mainly for the convenience of transporting supplies into the city. The other gates were still sealed. This caused the reinforcements of Rome to fail to break through the gates, and their morale was affected. Just as Quintus and Frius were considering retreating, the scouts reported that they had found 2 breaches in the western wall. This gave hope to the 2 Rome generals. They immediately led the soldiers who wanted to rescue their loved ones to attack the west side of the city. As a result, the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia were waiting at the breach, and the light infantry on the wall attacked fiercely with bows, arrows, javelins, and stones. The Roman army that rushed into the breach quickly suffered heavy casualties, but they could not advance an inch. The morale that was boosted by the desire to save their homeland quickly fell, and the exhaustion brought about by the long journey took over their bodies. The reinforcements of Rome were quickly defeated. The Devers immediately sent out a cavalry legion to rush out of the Sirius gate, ready to chase after the defeated soldiers and capture them all in one fell swoop. However, the cavalry was intercepted by the reinforcements of Prinister, led by Megis. Because it was night, the Devers could not figure out how many reinforcements of Rome had arrived. To prevent any accidents, he ordered the pursuit to stop, allowing the defeated soldiers of Rome to escape. The fire in the distance went out in less than half an hour, and there was no more movement. It was obvious that the reinforcements had failed. The people on Capitoline Mountain were very depressed, and sighs could be heard endlessly. People of Rome, our army is far away in Helniki, and it is impossible for them to arrive so quickly. They are just reinforcements from other alliances. At this time, the voice of Scipio the Great sounded. It was particularly clear in the dark, and it slightly comforted the disappointed people. At this time, Potitus whispered to Maruginans, "If Camillus's army can't recapture Rome in a short time, there are too many people on the mountain, and it will only consume food and shake the morale of the army cough." It was now April, and it was not yet summer. The night was cold on the top of the mountain, and the mountain wind was strong. An old man like Potitus had stood on the edge of the cliff for half an hour because he was concerned about the war. Even though he was wrapped in a leather robe, he could not stand it anymore, and his nose began to flow. After Camillus's army arrives, we'll see how the war goes. Maruginans looked at the dark night, as if the dispute with Potitus in the Senate over the years did not exist. He comforted him. No matter who launched an attack on Rome tonight, they also created an opportunity for us. The people we sent should be able to escape from the city during the chaos, find Camillus, and tell him the situation in the city so that they can prepare. Early the next morning, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions of Dionia began to pack up the tents and clean up the square. In the morning, the people in the city of Rome were driven to the square by the Dionia soldiers. The square was surrounded by heavily armed Dionia soldiers, which made the people panic, especially the people from the slums. The scene of the battle at the breach of the city wall not far from them, and the fiasco of the Rome reinforcements last evening still lingered in their hearts. Today, the people of Dionia actually allowed them to stand at the forefront of the square. How could they not be afraid? When it was almost noon, the square was already filled with Rome's people. At this time, the bugle sounded, and a group of Dionia's soldiers in gorgeous armor escorted a man in golden armor and a fluttering feather helmet on his head up the stone steps and walked up to the high platform in front of the Senate's gate. Is that the king of Dionia? The crowd in the square was stirred up. The Dionia's soldiers around the square immediately hit their long shields with their short swords and roared in unison. It immediately poured a bucket of cold water on the people of Rome who had gathered in the square, making them quiet down. However, their eyes were filled with fear and hatred as they looked at the Devers high above. The Devers completely ignored the anger in their eyes and said loudly, "People of Rome, I am the king of Dionia Devers, the new master of this city. I was going to take you to the foot of the Capitoline Mountain, where a hero of Rome whom I admire died, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus. I believe you all still remember this name." When a messenger translated the Devers' words into Latin and spread it to the audience, the crowd in the square was stirred up again. The faces of the people of Rome were full of doubts. They never expected that their enemy, the king of Dionia, would talk about Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, whom they were familiar with. Therefore, they focused their attention on the Devers, and there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes. The Devers stretched out 4 fingers and said in a loud voice, "Debt, land, slavery, power. These are the 4 major problems you are facing. From the establishment of Rome to the present, your ancestors and you have been fighting the aristocrats persistently. They even threatened to flee Rome many times, and they have paid the price of blood many times. However, a small village in Rome has developed into such a vast territory, but your situation has not improved much. You are still living in hardship, and you are still being bullied by the aristocrats. Marcus is different from the other aristocrats of Rome. Not only did he defend Rome with his bravery, but he also abandoned the arrogance and greed of the aristocrats and did his best to help you, the commoners. He paid off the debts of more than 400 of you with his own money. For the first time, he loudly appealed in the Senate to cancel your debts and distribute the land you obtained. Is he using you to achieve his own goals? No. He's doing this so that you can enjoy a better life in the city. For this reason, he did not hesitate to betray his birth and become one of you. He led you to fight bravely against the evil aristocrats of Rome. Do you still remember what he said to you? I will not abandon any of you, and you have to be careful so that my fate does not abandon me. As your defender, I will not be afraid. You all have seen that I was once shackled, and then with the help of many of you, I abandoned it. If the enemy treats me more arrogantly, God will stop them, but God will never descend from heaven for us. He must have your full support. At this point, the Devers glared at the people and shouted, "But did you do it?" No. Under the fierce counterattack of the aristocrats, you retreated. You actually believed the nonsense of the Senate. You let Marcus be framed and arrested by the Senate. You watched helplessly as he was pushed down Capitoline Mountain by the fierce aristocrats of Rome and fell to his death. Don't you feel guilty in your heart? The words of the Devers made the people of Rome recall the scenes of the past. Shame welled up in their hearts, and a strange scene appeared. The people of Rome bowed their heads under the questioning of the king of Dionia, who had occupied their homeland. Of course, although the Devers ordered the army to gather the civilians of Rome in the square, there were inevitably some minor aristocrats and patrons of the aristocrats. So they shouted angrily, "Don't listen to the rumors of the enemy. Don't forget, he has just led the army to invade our homeland and kill our loved ones." The Senate did nothing wrong. Marcus Manlius tried to dictate and divide Rome. He deserved to die. Now it seems that he has colluded with the people of Dionia. We should dig up his bones and tear him into pieces. Literature Hall. Chapter 809. If what they said at the beginning could make the civilians slightly vigilant, then the following slander of Marcus touched the sensitive nerves of the civilians. I know you. You are a lackey of the Commonelius clan. You were the one who framed Sir Marcus at the citizens' assembly. Glius, you were among the aristocrats who captured Sir Marcus, yet you still dare to appear in front of us. Just as the crowd was stirred up, a voice shouted, "Kill them and avenge Sir Marcus." Soon, the quarrel turned into a fight, and the hall became chaotic. Screams, cries, and shouts could be heard everywhere. Your Majesty. When Tormid saw the situation on the stage, he was afraid that something would go wrong. He quickly asked the Devers, "Should we stop them?" Devers shook his head. "Wait a minute." After a while, the bugle was blown, and the soldiers on the sidelines roared again. They sent a team to squeeze into the crowd. More than a dozen nobles and diners were beaten until they were on the verge of death. The soldiers dragged them out and left them on the sidelines. They sent doctors to treat the other injured civilians. At this time, Devers on the platform faced the crowd that had calmed down and continued to speak loudly. "I'm afraid you still don't know, but after Marcus learned that he was falsely accused, he quietly wrote a letter to his family, expressing his determination to die. Do you want to know what he said in the letter?" The people of Rome listened to the translation. Curiosity and guilt made them shout without hesitation, "Yes!" "Then let Publius Manlius read this home letter to you." After the Devers finished speaking, the people of Rome were surprised. Publius Manlius was a senator of the Senate of Rome and the current patriarch of the Manlius clan. He actually defected to the Dionia. When the doubtful people saw the man on the platform, their eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed Publius Manlius. Facing the gaze of the people of Rome, the current patriarch of Manlius lowered his head in shame. At this time, the Devers' voice sounded in his ear. "Let's begin, Lord Publius." He trembled all over, and the image of the fierce Dionia soldiers beheading a dozen familiar Rome aristocrats in front of him last night appeared in his mind. The blood and heads on the ground shattered the fragile resistance in his heart. For the survival of his family, he chose to yield, just like when Marcus was executed by the Senate. He quickly decided to yield to the senators and no longer use the family name Capitolinus. Under the gaze of the Devers with a smile, his hands trembled slightly as he took out the letter that he had written imitating Marcus's notes under the dictation of the Devers. Publius, my brother, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I know very well the despicable tricks of the Senate. They slandered me for wanting to restore the monarchy. They're trying to kill me. I have been fighting bravely all my life and have never yielded to anyone, so I will never kneel to them and beg for mercy. Even if they use great crimes to slander my reputation, usurp my honor, and let the civilians who follow me in disputes doubt me, I am not afraid. My only regret is that I have made a promise to help those who believe in me and follow me to fight against the Senate. I will help them get rid of their heavy debts and let each of them have their own land, so that their cattle and sheep can graze on the public land of Rome. In fact, I have another promise in my heart that I have not told them, which is to let them have the opportunity to run for senior official positions in Rome, become senators, and serve as consuls. Unfortunately, all of this can no longer be realized. Now, I finally understand that it is almost impossible to fight for power for the civilians through words. If the gods can give me another chance, I will definitely arm the people and use sharp spears and the anger in my heart to overthrow the terrible and greedy rule of the Rome aristocrats. I will establish a good regime like the kingdom of Dioria to the south of Rome that I have often told you about. There will be no distinction between aristocrats and civilians, and every citizen will enjoy equal rights. At this point, Publius Manlius raised his head and glanced at the Devers not far away. The real writer of this letter was listening carefully as if the letter really existed. When he turned his gaze to the audience below the platform, he was surprised to see that many people were already sobbing. He was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously increased his volume and continued to read, "Publius, my brother, in the future, I will have to rely on you to take care of the affairs of the family. If possible, try to help a group of civilians who are in trouble. I am very unwilling to die with the crime of being a dictator. The gods above will definitely punish me for my injustice. Those who benefit from my death should not be happy too early." Signed, Marcus Manlius Capitolinus. By the time Publius finished reading the letter, the square was already filled with crying. Most of the people did not doubt the authenticity of the letter. They were moved by Marcus' dedication to fighting for their rights even before his death. They were ashamed that they had not been firm enough to save such a great and noble leader. Amid the cries, someone shouted excitedly, "Marcus!" Countless people responded loudly, "Marcus! Marcus! Marcus!" The people in the square shouted his name in unison with great excitement. The shouts echoed over the city of Rome, causing the senators and nobles on Capitoline Mountain to stare at the square. They saw the crowd gathered in the square and thought that the people of Rome were fighting against the people of Dionia. They did not know that the people of Rome were excitedly mourning an aristocratic traitor they hated the most. The excitement of the people of Rome lasted for a while before they gradually calmed down. At this time, the Devers said loudly, "A year after Marcus was killed, there was a plague in Rome." This was not a warning from the gods to Marcus, who wanted to be a dictator, as the priest said, but a punishment from the gods to those who framed a great hero of Rome. Today we, the people of Dionia, have come to Rome in response to Marcus' curse. We have come to overthrow the high and mighty nobles of Rome who have cruelly oppressed you, and together with you, build a new Rome like what Marcus said in his letter. As the Devers spoke passionately, Publius Manlius kept nodding at the side. Although the people of Rome were still full of vigilance and suspicion, there was less anger in their eyes when they looked at the Devers. Someone plucked up his courage and asked loudly, "How are you going to build a new Rome with us?" "Good question." The Devers immediately responded. "Next, my newly appointed adjutant of the administration of Rome will answer your question and issue my order." Then, the people of Rome saw a man in a magnificent black robe with white stripes walk up the stage with his head held high. After he bowed respectfully to the king of Devers, he turned to face the people below the stage. Among the people who lived in the slums of Rome, standing at the front, some of them widened their eyes in surprise. "Isn't this Valsers?" Someone could not help but shout, "Valsers, is that you?" Valsers held his head high and said proudly, "I am now the adjutant of the administration of Rome, appointed by His Majesty the King. My position is higher than the magistrates you are familiar with. Please show some respect when you speak to me next time." As soon as he finished speaking, the people below the stage were in an uproar. They whispered to each other, and soon the news spread throughout the audience. A commoner of Rome, who was once a slave like them, had become a high official of the kingdom of Dionia, standing on the stage and lecturing them. The Devers calmly looked at the uproar below the stage. He was very satisfied with the huge impact Valsers had on the commoners of Rome. He knew very well that in Italy and the Western Mediterranean, there would occasionally be citizens of a city-state who would leave their original city-state for another city-state, or even an enemy city-state. However, they would not be put in important positions, and they would not enter the inner circle of the city-state. Instead, they would become commoners. This was one of the most important sources of commoners in Rome. Of course, there would also be clans from other city-states who brought hundreds of people with them to seek refuge in Rome, and they would be accepted by the clans in Rome. They would share power, but they would become nobles. Persia's open-mindedness to accept foreign fugitives, even enemies, and put them in an important position was, after all, a rare thing in the whole of the Mediterranean Sea. As a result, although the Greeks and the Persians were mortal enemies, once they were expelled from their own country, they would often seek refuge with the Persians. Now, how would the commoners of Rome react when they suddenly saw the huge change in Valsers' social status? The Devers looked forward to it. The uniform roars of the Dionia soldiers restored peace to the square once more. Valsers cleared his throat and took a few deep breaths. He recalled the content he had memorized yesterday and said loudly, His Majesty the Devers has announced to the people of Rome that from the moment Dionia takes over Rome, all debts owed by the commoners of Rome to the nobles shall be cancelled. All slaves of the nobles of Rome and the nobles of Rome shall become free citizens." As soon as Valsers finished speaking, the slaves at the back of the square cheered. In comparison, the commoners of Rome were relatively calm. Rome had been occupied by the foreigners, and most of the senators and nobles had fled to Capitoline Mountain. Of course, it was impossible for them to collect their debts from the commoners. However, The commoners relaxed their brows. They knew that as long as the nobles were unable to defeat the people of Dionia, their debts would be written off forever. Chapter 8:10. And, Facing the hopeful gazes of the Rome citizens, Valkyries suddenly forgot what he wanted to say next, and immediately became nervous. At this moment, his assistant, Adrius, immediately went up to him and whispered, "Become a citizen, land." Valkyries suddenly remembered after being reminded by Adrius, and gave him a grateful look. Adrius despised Valkyrie's stupidity in his heart, but he also envied Valkyrie's luck. He secretly complained to himself, "Although I'm a Latin, why wasn't I a citizen of Rome?" However, he firmly believed that this was a great opportunity for him to help Valkyries. As long as he performed well, he believed that he would soon be promoted. At this moment, Valkyries hurriedly said, as if afraid that he had forgotten, "His Majesty the Devers has also issued an order. The land of the former citizens of Rome will not be recognized, and will be redistributed. Any citizen of Rome who applies to become a citizen of Dionia will first be given 5 acres of land. The earlier you apply, the better and more fertile the land will be. In the future, as you join the Dionysian army, gain merits, or make other contributions, you will be rewarded with land. Also, the citizens of Rome who become citizens of Dionia can come to the square in the future to apply for public office, and after passing the examination, they will be able to take office. Also, the citizens of Rome who become citizens of Dionia can also get a low-interest loan of only 5% from the banks of Dionia. Also, your children can study in the schools of Dionia, and they will be taught by excellent teachers. You only need to pay 1 drachma every year." Valkyries was afraid that he would forget again, and he kept talking as he tried to recall the memories in his mind, but he did not notice that the citizens in the square had become restless again. The commoners who had no land were excited. The commoners who originally owned land were angry at the reduction of their land, but they were moved by the conditions. The slaves, on the other hand, were ecstatic that they could get rid of their lowly status and possibly become citizens. Of course, the few Rome nobles hidden in the crowd looked gloomy, but they did not dare to make a sound, afraid that they would be beaten up like before. The discussion grew louder and louder. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Can we also become founding elders?" Then some people shouted in agreement, "Yes. Can people like us become senators in Dionia?" The commotion in the square suddenly died down, and everyone eagerly awaited Valkyrie's reply. However, this sudden question left Valkyries stunned. Even he didn't know the answer to it. At this time, the Dever stepped forward after listening to the voice transmitter's translation and loudly said, "Of course. Not only can you become senators of Dionia, but you can also serve as governors of the kingdom in the future, managing 4 or 5 large cities like Rome. He could also become a war zone commander, commanding several legions and tens of thousands of soldiers to fight against the enemy. You may not know this, but more than half of the senators in the Senate of Dionia come from humble origins. Some of them were mercenaries, and some were even slaves. Moreover, many of the senators of Dionia are not Greeks, but Brudi, Lucanians, Messapians. They're all races that live in this land, just like you. Therefore, in our kingdom of Dionia, becoming a senator is not based on your background, nor is it based on your race, but on whether you have made enough contributions to the kingdom, and whether you have the ability to take on this responsibility. It didn't matter if you were poor, rich, commoner, noble, Greek, or any other race. Dionia placed equal opportunities in front of every citizen. Whether you could become an elder or a high-ranking official of the kingdom depended on your own hard work. When the voice transmitter's words spread throughout the square, the people of Rome became even more restless. Some even shouted, "Good." Obviously, the Devers' words of regardless of background, only ability were like a rallying cry for the commoners of Rome, who had been oppressed for decades and had been working hard to break the monopoly of power of the nobles. The discussion in the square grew even louder. After being reminded by Adrius, Valkyries hurriedly shouted from the stage, "Quiet, quiet. Please listen to me. There is another great thing." After a while, the square finally quieted down a little. Valkyries had no choice but to use all his strength to say, "His Majesty the Devers is very kind. Seeing that the houses you are living in are too small and crude, he has decided that anyone who applies to become a citizen of Rome of Dionia will be allocated new houses in the city of Rome. These new houses were once owned by the nobles of Rome. You will definitely live very comfortably." As the discussion below the stage rose again, the Devers noticed a hint of a sneer on their faces. The Devers knew that it was not enough to rely on tens of thousands of troops in a single raid to conquer Rome, which had its own complete political system and civilization, as well as a large population and astonishing resilience. Dionia was facing Carthage's attack in Sicily, and the Simonians were attacking from the north. There was also the impact of the drought. They could not mobilize a large army to completely crush Rome, nor could they waste time to slowly assimilate it. Therefore, in order to quickly expand their advantage after conquering Rome, so that the resistance of the people of Rome could not be shaken, the Devers thought about it several times, and the solution they adopted was to support a group of people to defeat another group of people. This was because ever since the city of Rome was built, there had always been conflicts between the nobles and the commoners, and as time passed, the conflict had only deepened. After a long period of research on Rome, the Devers discovered that the nobles of Rome were actually clans and communes, just like the ancient patriarchal society in China. These groups were firmly connected by blood and interests. Everyone in the group was contributing to the clan, and at the same time, they enjoyed the help that the clan gave them. The land and wealth owned by the clan members would only belong to the clan even after their death, and would not be lost to the outside world. This was a closed circle that naturally excluded outsiders and operated according to their own traditional customs and systems. Unlike the loose tribal system of the Bruti, Lucania, and other races that Dionia once conquered, it required a lot of time and energy for the Devers to break it up and assimilate it. However, under the current situation, the Devers obviously did not have the patience to do so, so they turned their attention to the commoners of Rome. The commoners of Rome, who had always been excluded from the clans of Rome and suppressed by the nobles for a long time, were the easiest targets for Dionia to absorb and assimilate. Let the commoners occupy the land of the nobles, and let the poor live in the houses of the nobles, because the war was still going on. The distribution of land could only be written in contracts, but the distribution of houses could indeed be carried out immediately. When the commoners of Rome obtained these things, they would not easily hand them over, and would inevitably fight the nobles of Rome to the death for them. This would achieve the Devers' goal of weakening Rome's power. While the Devers were daydreaming, Valsers shouted again, "Now, you can line up over there and apply to become a citizen of Dionia." Valsers pointed at the bottom of the platform, where a few wooden tables were placed side by side. A dozen young advisors, led by Tormid, were sitting with pen and paper in their hands. The crowd in the square suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other, but no one took the initiative to step forward. This silence lasted for a while, and Clodo Catax, who had been quietly watching from the side, grew anxious. He repeatedly looked at his father, who was not far away. The Devers sensed his gaze and waved their hands slightly, indicating that he should not be anxious. At this time, Valsers pointed at a person below the platform and scolded, "Archimus, my former neighbor, didn't you always tell me in the past that you want to kill those nobles and take back the land that belongs to you? You also want to occupy their houses and enjoy their beautiful female slaves. Now that such a great opportunity is right in front of you, why are you still hesitating? Are you just a coward who only knows how to talk big?" The thin, middle-aged man in linen clothes that had been washed so many times that he immediately scolded, "Valsers, don't think that you can order me around just because you're lucky enough to become some municipal official. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I become a senator. Damn it, I'm alone anyway, and I have nothing to fear. Fine, I'll apply to become a citizen of Dionia." As he spoke, he walked toward the registration area. "What about you, Lucius? What are you hesitating for?" Valsers shouted as he pointed at another of his former neighbors below the platform. Lucius looked at Archimus, who was sprawled in front of the wooden table. Under Valser's urging, he hesitantly took a step forward. 1, 2, 3. With someone taking the lead, the people who were already somewhat tempted no longer hesitated and began to follow them. Clodo Catax looked at the gradually growing queue in front of the registration area and found it a little hard to understand. These people from Rome abandoned their motherland so easily and became our citizens. Your Highness Clotho, Rome is a city of immigrants. Not only are there Latins, but there are also Etruscans, Sabines, and a small number of Maxi and Aquinas. It is said that after the Celts were repelled, the Senate of Rome passed a bill to absorb the Latins and people of other races around Rome who had lost their homes due to the war to replenish the population of Rome. Most of them have become citizens of Rome. I'm afraid that many of these people in the square have joined Rome in the last 10 years. Since they can join Rome, why can't they join Dionia? Besides, the rights and benefits that Dionia can provide them are much better than Rome. Henipolis, who had read some information about Rome, explained. At this moment, Devers also interrupted. The people of Rome are hesitating because they don't know much about Dionia and are afraid of being tricked. They are also worried that we, Dionia, will abandon them at any time and let them become the sacrificial lambs of the angry nobles of Rome. However, Valsers has played an important role in dispelling some of their worries. Chapter 8:11. Clodo Catax looked thoughtfully at the adjutant of the Rome administration who had just been appointed last night. At this moment, Marcius caught up and reported to the Devers, "Your Majesty, the fleet from Ostia has arrived at the river port." When the Devers heard this, they were overjoyed. Assists Nicomachus and Trapolis. They have finally arrived. The governance and transformation of Rome can finally be put on the agenda. The Devers glanced at the messy crowd on the square, which had begun to become a little orderly. So, they said to the people around them, "Let's go. Go to the river port outside the western part of the city and welcome the new senators and officials." While the Devers were rushing to the river port of Rome, the Roman army, led by Camillus, was on the way back. Their vanguard had arrived at Signa. Camillus rode in the middle of the army. According to the military tradition of Rome, the general who led the army had to march on foot like the soldiers. He was not allowed to ride a horse. However, Camillus' situation was special. Not only did he have outstanding achievements, but he was also too old. He was over 60 years old. Of course, he could not march on foot with the soldiers. So, the Senate specially allowed him to ride a horse. Even though he was riding a horse, the 2 consecutive days of rapid marching were a little too much for his old body. He looked at the equally tired soldiers around him and made up his mind. When they arrived at Praenest, he would let the army camp and rest to ensure that the soldiers would be full of fighting spirit and energy to fight the Dionia who attacked Rome tomorrow. Just as Camillus was thinking about all the possibilities of a battle between the army and the Dionia, a messenger from Rome came galloping from the north to the south. Looking at the anxious eyes of the messenger, Camillus took the urgent letter from Mesius and felt a little uneasy. He then scanned the contents of the letter, and the words "the fall of Rome" immediately made his heartbeat and breathing stop in an instant. Regret, sadness, self-blame, exhaustion. All kinds of negative emotions surged into his heart at the same time. In an instant, he felt dizzy and fell off the horse. "Father, Sir Camillus, Lord Dictator." The anxious shouts brought Camillus back to his senses. Looking at the guards and soldiers gathered around him, he subconsciously clenched his right hand. The letter was still in his hand. He quickly said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Maybe it's because I'm too tired. Sir, it seems like you need a good rest." The guard captain said with concern, "Yes, I do need to rest for a while." Camillus went with the flow and said, "Lucius, let the soldiers continue to march. I'll rest for a while. I'll catch up soon." Lucius looked at his father lying on the grass, and then at the messenger who stood by the side in silence. He was very puzzled, but he did not ask and obeyed the order. The soldiers returned to the team under the supervision of Lucius. Under the protection of the guards, Camillus closed his eyes to rest. But no one knew that at this moment his heart was in turmoil. The Dionia had broken through the city of Rome. What was the situation of the people in the city? What kind of siege method did the Dionia use to occupy the sturdy city of Rome so quickly? The rescue operation of Quintus and Frius was easily repelled by the Dionia. Did the Dionia stabilize in Rome so quickly? If the soldiers learned that their homeland was occupied by the Dionia, how would they react? Countless thoughts emerged in Camillus's mind at the same time, squeezing his already dizzy brain. He had to force himself to calm down and try his best to sort out the chaotic thoughts in his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes and called Lucius with a determined look. He asked him to inform the troops to stop advancing when they reached Signia and wait for his next order. Then he sent someone to inform the senior generals to come immediately for a meeting. Not long after, Publius Licinius, Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus, Aulus Cornelius, Servius Sulpius, and Minucius Cornelius, who delivered the order for the Senate, arrived one after another. Camillus glanced at each of the generals solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Before I tell you an important news, you must promise me that you must remain calm. You must not show any obvious panic, anger, or shouting. Can you do that?" The generals looked at each other. They did not know what was going on, but they could clearly feel that the situation was not good. Titus hurriedly asked, "Sir Dictator, could it be that Rome?" Camillus did not respond. Instead, he asked again in a deep voice, "Can you do that?" At this time, Camillus was completely unlike the old man who always had a smile on his face and loved to discuss military affairs with them peacefully. Instead, he was like a beast ready to devour people at any time. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they immediately responded in unison, "Yes." Camillus glanced at them again and said in a deep voice, "I just received a battle report. Yesterday, Rome fell. It was occupied by the Dionia." Although the generals present were mentally prepared, they still clenched their fists at this moment. Shock, doubt, pain, anger. All kinds of extreme emotions were expressed from their distorted faces, widened eyes, and rapid breathing. "Sir Dictator, is this news true?" Licinius asked in a trembling voice. The messenger sent by Megis brought an urgent letter written by him in his own handwriting. The letter also said that the troops led by Quintus and Frius had also failed in the rescue attempt. Now the defeated soldiers are gathered in Prinister, and a large number of people who were lucky enough to escape from Rome are stranded in the area between Gabii and Prinister. We must retake Rome immediately. Servius tried his best to lower his voice, so much so that his fists were bleeding. Of course we must retake Rome. But first of all, we must prevent the soldiers from falling into chaos after receiving the news. We must stabilize the army. Camillus voiced his proposal. After a round of discussion, the generals hurried back to their troops with heavy hearts. Father, mother, and sister, Lucius, who was full of worry, stopped halfway through his sentence. Camillus sighed heavily and did not say anything else. He staggered towards the war horse that was being led by the guards not far away. Lucius hurriedly stepped forward and supported his elderly father. When they arrived at Signia, Camillus once again saw the messenger sent by Megis. Most of the elders and some of the people had retreated to Capitoline Mountain. This news made Amyllus feel pleasantly surprised, and he felt a little more confident. That afternoon, the generals of Rome and nearly 60,000 Roman soldiers gathered between the city of Signia and the Tullarus River. Dictator Camillus stood at the top of the city of Signia. The mountain wind blew his white hair into a mess, but his elderly body stood straight. Facing the dense and endless troops below the city, he said loudly, "Citizens of Rome, warriors of the Alliance, you have not fully enjoyed the victory of conquering the Hernici, but you are rushing back because your mother state, the center of Latin, Rome, has been attacked by the enemy. But unfortunately, before you could arrive to help, Rome has been occupied by the Dionia yesterday." Hundreds of messengers who had been solemnly instructed by Camillus in advance lined up along the formation of the army and spread Camillus's words to the entire army. Suddenly, a huge wave was set off in the army like a gust of wind. "Oh my God, the city of Rome has been breached. My wife and children are still in the city. It wasn't easy for me to save up the money to buy cattle and sheep. It must have been robbed by those damned enemies. What should I do? Jupiter, what do we do wrong? Why are you punishing us so cruelly? This is the second time that Rome has been occupied. What should we do? Rome has been occupied. Why are we still standing here like idiots? Hurry to Rome, drive away those enemies, and take back our home. Licinius, Titus, and the other generals had told the platoon jarls about the fall of Rome in advance and asked them to do their best to stabilize the emotions of their soldiers. But despite the platoon jarls' best efforts, the emotions of the soldiers were like boiling water, boiling uncontrollably. The whole army was on the verge of collapse. Just then, a group of defeated soldiers came from the north. Their armor was not in order, and many of them were even wounded. They passed through the gaps in the formation and came to the city of Signia. Their miserable appearance attracted the attention of many soldiers. Isn't that Ligurus? I remember he went to Rome with General Quintus a long time ago. It looks like they were defeated by the enemy, and I'm afraid they were defeated so miserably. The soldiers led by General Quintus and Frius are our bravest citizens. Many of them have been crowned citizens before. Could it be that the people of Dionia are as terrifying as the Celts? Just as the soldiers were guessing and feeling uneasy, the messengers sent Camillus's voice into their ears. The people of Dionia are very powerful. Not only did they occupy our motherland, but they also defeated the reinforcements led by Quintus and Frius. Therefore, if we want to take back our homes and save our loved ones, we must unite together and exert our greatest strength in order to drive away the powerful enemy. Chapter 8:12. Camillus said, "Fortunately, the people in the city did not surrender. The senators led them to Capitoline to defend our temple. There are also many people who escaped from Rome who are camping in the wilderness not far from here. They can endure the difficulties and not surrender because they believe in you, the brave warriors of Rome and the allies. You could defeat the enemy and take back Rome. But if you can't unite, can't strictly enforce the military discipline, don't listen to orders, and act recklessly like a plate of loose sand, we can't defeat the powerful enemy of Dionia. By that time, we can't take back Rome, and your loved ones will become slaves, never to see each other again. You will either die in battle or become homeless stray dogs, slaves captured by the aliens at will. Are you willing to do that?" No. The generals and platoon leaders were the first to raise their arms and shout. The soldiers were also shocked by the tragic future described by Camillus, and they followed suit. When the shouts gradually converged into a torrent of voices, Camillus knelt down on the city wall, raised his hands high, looked up to the sky, and shouted piously, "Jupiter, we will defeat the Dionia just like we defeated the Celts. We will never let the aliens defile your temple. So please protect us." Not long after he finished shouting, a loud rumble came from the cliff behind Signia's city. A huge rock rolled down the hillside with gravel and finally hit the empty space on the side of Signia's city with a loud bang. The generals were the first to shout excitedly, "It's a divine sign. Jupiter has responded." Then the soldiers also reacted, and the gloominess on their faces was swept away with joy. They hurriedly lowered their heads and prayed to Jupiter. Jupiter's miracle shocked the Roman soldiers, who were at a loss and at a loss. They quickly came to a consensus and began to shout the slogan, "Defeat the enemy, take back Rome." So Camillus led them to march quickly to Praeneste in a pitiful manner. At dusk, when the army arrived at Praeneste, the situation became a little chaotic. The generals were busy setting up the camp and arranging for the soldiers to rest. The people of Rome who had been stranded there rushed over, and so did the soldiers. Both sides were eagerly looking for their loved ones in the crowd. Those who saw their loved ones felt very lucky and thanked Jupiter for his protection. Those who did not see their loved ones were secretly sad. But the terrible situation of the exiled people made the soldiers even more eager to take back Rome. The dictator Camillus first went to meet the higher-ups of Praeneste to thank them for the great help they had given to Rome. Then he quickly summoned Megis, Quintus, and Frius, and asked them about the details of the Dionysian army breaking the city. When the Devers welcomed the arrival of the kingdom's administrators, they also received war reports and proposals about Sicily sent to him by the Senate and the Ministry of Military Affairs. He never expected that the huge Sicilian fleet would be destroyed by a storm. This made the naval advantage of Ionia in Sicily less strong, and it also made the war between Ionia and Carthage change. For this reason, the Devers first held an emergency military meeting. Attending the meeting were Tormid of the General Staff, Printos, and the commander of the Third Fleet, Middleades. The Devers looked at the three of them sternly and then said, "You have all read the war report. What do you think?" Tormid coughed and said, "Your Majesty, this storm destroyed more than half of the kingdom's warships, but it also destroyed almost all of Carthage's warships. Judging from the results, it's not too bad. We still have the advantage in the sea." Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs proposed to transfer the Fourth Fleet of Brindisi to Sicily. In addition to the dozens of warships left in the Sicilian fleet, we have a greater naval advantage in Sicily than before. It will become more difficult for Carthage to send reinforcements and supplies to Sicily, and our victory in Sicily will become more stable. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said in a low voice, "Will the transfer of the Fourth Fleet from the east coast of Greece give Sparta and the remnants of the former Pacheti and Messapi forces who escaped to Greece an opportunity to take advantage of them?" According to the intelligence, after the Thebes rioted and got rid of Sparta's control, another war will break out in central Greece. How many city-states will participate in this war? And how long will it last? We can't make an accurate judgment now, but Sparta obviously won't be able to get out of this war in a short period of time. They won't have the spare strength to attack the kingdom. As for the enemies who escaped to Greece, their numbers are too small, and the political situation in Apulia is stable. They won't be able to cause any big trouble, Tormid said confidently. The Devers thought for a while and nodded. Middleades interrupted. Although Lord Tormid's words make sense, transferring the Fourth Fleet will still bring trouble to Apulia. Moreover, Commander Alexis is now leading all the troops in Apulia to defend against the Simonians. If there's any trouble at this time, it will be more troublesome. Why don't we transfer some of the warships of the Third Fleet to Sicily? The Devers looked at him and said seriously after a while, in a military plan to attack Rome and Latin region, the Third Fleet is very important. It must cooperate with the main army and not be easily separated. Although the Third Fleet is only responsible for guarding the main army, it may play a bigger role in the future. Middleades, don't get distracted. However, if you personally want to go to Sicily, I can approve it at my discretion. The Devers' words made Middleades break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I will lead the Third Fleet to ensure the safety of the army at sea. Please rest assured." The Devers' expression softened a little. He turned to Tormid and said, "I agree with the Ministry of Military Affairs. Let's transfer the Fourth Fleet to Sicily. However, we have to remind Alexis to strengthen the defense of the east coast of Apulia to prevent other enemies from taking advantage of the situation." At this point, he said with a heavy expression, "Also, inform Prosos to increase the search for Thurkian and Phralios. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their bodies. Even if they are really dead, we must not let the bodies of the two high-ranking generals and heroes of the kingdom be left in the wild. They can only go to the Hall of Martyrs and the Temple of Death. As for the candidate for the commander of the newly integrated Sicilian fleet, first, it should be Thurkian. If he is not here, then it should be Phralios. If Phralios is also not here, let Miltias of the Fourth Fleet take the position." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Tormid as he used a pen to record on a wooden board that he carried with him. The Devers let out a long sigh. What pained me the most about this disaster was not the warships, but the dead crew members. How many people died in this battle? Tormid immediately replied, "Based on the preliminary statistics, there are more than 10,000 dead crew members." After hearing this, the Devers' expression became even heavier. More than 10,000. They were all experienced sailors who were familiar with Dionia's naval tactics. Tens of thousands of families lost their loved ones in a storm. The Ministry of Military Affairs will send people to the military port of Tarentum, Castellan, and Catania to offer condolences to the families of these dead sailors and comfort their grief. We will also start discussing their post-war pensions now. Understood, Your Majesty. I will immediately write a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs and get you to sign it, replied Tormid. The Devers thought of something and asked again, what is the name of the admiral who led the warships in time to break into the port of Selinus and finally helped Prosos to seize the city? Stefakas. Stefakas. The Devers repeated the name and said approvingly. To be able to preserve the fleet at such a critical moment and obtain military merits, it seems that he is a decisive and quick-witted admiral. When the people present heard this, they immediately felt envious of Stefakas. To be mentioned by the Devers and remembered, his future must be bright. The Devers turned their eyes to Printos, who had not yet spoken, and asked, what do you think of the war in Sicily? Your Majesty. Printos reminded, although our navy now has the advantage in the Sicilian Sea, Carthage has been a maritime power in the Western Mediterranean for 100 years. Their shipbuilding ability is stronger than that of the kingdom. According to intelligence, there are 4 large shipyards in the port of Carthage, and dozens of Phoenician coastal city-states affiliated with them also have strong shipbuilding abilities. Once they are allowed to build warships with all their might, I'm afraid that in a few months, they will have a warship that will not lose to our fleet. You're right. The Devers nodded and said seriously, this is indeed a problem that we should pay attention to. We must also speed up the progress, vigorously build new warships, restore and strengthen our naval fleet in order to deal with the challenges that Carthage will continue to face at sea and completely obtain the maritime supremacy of the Western Mediterranean Sea. I will immediately write to the Senate and ask them to organize and mobilize the coastal cities of southern Italy to start building warships. But you don't have to worry too much. Maybe Carthage has accumulated more shipbuilding technology and the number of shipwrights than us, but it has 2 fatal shortcomings that are destined to be unable to defeat the kingdom's navy. The Devers' words attracted the attention of the 3 of them. He stretched out 2 fingers and slowly said, the first is wood. There are no tall trees on the land of Africa. The source of wood they can obtain for shipbuilding is the Iberian Peninsula, but its developed shipbuilding industry is concentrated in Carthage and the surrounding Phoenician city-states. This determines that they must first transport wood from Iberia to Carthage before they can start building ships. This is not only time-consuming, but it is also easy to be cut off and get into trouble. In our territory, there are continuous mountain ridges and abundant timber resources. Furthermore, they are beside the coastal cities of southern Italy. This time, I will ask the Senate to temporarily lift the ban on logging trees and provide enough ship wood for the shipyards free of charge. Chapter 8:13. Devers paused for a moment and then said, the second is the sailors. A 3-tiered warship requires nearly 200 sailors. If a fleet has 100 3-tiered warships, nearly 20,000 sailors will be needed. The Navy is a military force that requires a large population to support, and the Phoenicians in Carthage are not a populous race. Even if they use Namibians as sailors, the Namibians are not a seafaring race, and their nature is relatively lax, which will inevitably reduce the combat ability of the Carthage Navy. And we, Devers smiled, not to mention official citizens and preparatory citizens. Once the Navy starts recruiting new sailors, those free people will clamor to join. They want to become citizens of the kingdom as soon as possible. When Devers said this, Tormid and Middle-Aids laughed. Devers' words had completely dispelled their concerns. Only Printos did not laugh. He seemed to have something on his mind. Devers noticed, so he asked, Printos, what other suggestions do you have? Say it. Printos deliberated for a moment and said softly, Your Majesty, although we have the advantage in Sicily from the current situation, Carthage's defeat in the battle, and then the loss of the fleet in the naval battle and the storm will inevitably make the Carthage panic. If they do not consider suing for peace, then they must do their best to win the next battle. In this way, the Sicilian troops, led by Prosos, will probably face more soldiers, more fighting spirit, and definitely not led by a mediocre general of the Carthage army. Wait, Ptolemy interrupted. Our fleet has already occupied the sea advantage of Sicily, and we can completely cut off the Carthaginian army's transportation route to Sicily. Even if the Carthaginians build another army, it will be difficult for them to land in Sicily. It is more difficult for the Carthage army to land in Sicily, but it is not impossible. Although our fleet has the upper hand, we can't completely cut off the communication between Sicily and Carthage. Printos said calmly, the sailors need food, water, and rest. It's best for the warships to be towed into the military port at night for maintenance so that they can maintain a good combat condition. In Sicily, apart from the military port of Catania, only Messina to the north and Agrigento and Gela to the south have good military ports for our fleet to stay. Therefore, if our Sicilian fleet leaves Messina or Agrigento in the morning, I'm afraid it'll be afternoon by the time they reach the westernmost part of Sicily, and they'll have to turn back in a hurry. Also, the number of fleets in Sicily has been greatly reduced. They can't be divided into 2 or 3 strong subfleets to patrol in turns. Carthage's people still have time to send supplies and reinforcements to Sicily. The Sicilian fleet can send fast ships to take turns to monitor the western waters of Sicily. Halfway through his argument, Tormid suddenly realized something was wrong. Even if the fast ships discovered the enemy, they would still need to return to the military port to report. By the time the fleet arrived, Carthage's fleet would probably have already entered the port. So, he changed his words and said, it's not like Selinus and Minoa can't station some of their warships, right? Middleades. Facing Tormid's gaze, as the commander of the navy, Middleades did not dare to speak carelessly in front of the Devers. He thought carefully for a moment and said, from the battle report, Selinus does not have a military port. Warships can indeed station in ordinary ports for a short period of time, but not for a long time. It will damage the life of the warships and affect their combat power. Of course, the Sicilian army can also build a simple military port in Selinus, but that will take time. Middleades' words, staying in ordinary ports for too long will damage the life of the warships, were actually directed at the Devers, so he deliberately emphasized his tone. However, he immediately changed the topic. As far as I know, the best military port on the western end of Sicily is in Lille. Tormid immediately shook his head. Lille is an important military town for Carthage in Sicily. Just like Mosha, it will be difficult for Prosos to take it down with just his current forces. At this time, Printos continued the topic and said, although Prosos has won many battles, the enemy is concentrated in the 2 towns of Lille and Palermos. Just now, Lord Tormid has made it very clear that although Prosos can decide the outcome of Sicily's war if he takes Lille, we can't increase the number of troops for the Sicilian army. So it is impossible for the 8th Legion to do it alone. Not only is it meaningless to attack other towns, but it will also disperse the troops. So it should be said that the Sicilian army has no way to attack now. At this point, Printos said earnestly, Your Majesty, it is time to change the strategy of the Sicilian army. Tormid and Middleades were shocked when they heard this, but the Devers' expression did not change. He sat in the same place and remained silent for a long time. He knew in his heart that Printos was tactfully reminding him that his previous instructions to Prosos were wrong. At the beginning of the war with Carthage, because the focus of the attack was to be concentrated on Rome, the Devers was still cautious about the situation of the war in Sicily. So, at the beginning, he ordered Prosos to defend the territory of the Kingdom of Sicily. However, the 8th Legion defeated Carthage's army in the Battle of Minoa, and the navy won the battle on the Sea of Serodium. This made him realize that Carthage was only outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. So, he changed his strategy. He ordered the Sicilian army and navy to attack with all their strength, trying to take advantage of the enemy's defeat to pursue and attack. This would weaken Carthage's power in Sicily, so that they could gain more chances of winning the next decisive battle with Carthage. Deep in his heart, the Devers even hoped that Prosos could create another miracle and completely drive away Carthage's power in Sicily. So far in the war, except for that storm, the attack of the Sicilian army was going smoothly, in line with his expectations. But did he become a little too optimistic because of the successive victories? After all, that was Carthage. The Devers looked at the staff officer in front of him, whom he admired very much. He understood the meaning of Printo's words. Printos was obviously reminding him that the Sicilian army, led by Prosos, did not have the ability to conquer the western end of Sicily in one fell swoop. On the contrary, because the army was alone and lacked manpower, they might even fall into a dangerous situation. Printo's reminder reminded the Devers of the Iberian army that had not suffered any losses so far. They thought that the successive defeats of Carthage were likely to allow the Maganid family to regain control of Carthage. They were not like Hanno. They were more aggressive and valued Sicily more. At the same time, they had more experience in war. From the fact that the Iberian army was able to capture the city of Therdium, it could be seen that they had considerable combat power. But according to the Devers' understanding of Carthage over the years, it would take time for Carthage to build another army. The elders of Carthage's Senate would argue with each other, and this time would continue to be delayed. Even if Maganid could finally get the army to land in Sicily, it would be at least a month or two later. It would be a pity to let Prosos retreat and defend for such a long time. With the ability of this young commander, he could completely mess up the situation in the western end of Sicily. Even if the Carthage army landed, they would need to spend more energy and time to stabilize the situation, and by more time for the kingdom. The Devers thought about it, but in the end, they could not make up their minds. So, he said, tell our concerns to Prosos. Let it be vigilant. Whether to continue to attack or retreat and defend is up to him. After all, he is the commander of the battlefield in Sicily. Prosos had repeatedly created miracles and won victories, so the Devers chose to believe in his ability. Yes, your majesty. As Tormid spoke, he glanced at Printos, feeling a little envious and jealous. As far as he knew, the Devers rarely changed their military decisions because of other people's persuasion, but this time they made a compromise while Tormid was thinking. The Devers looked at Printos and said in a serious tone, in the future, if you have any suggestions like this, you have to make them directly, instead of waiting for me to urge you to do it. War is related to the life and death of a country, but modesty and courtesy can cost the lives of hundreds and thousands of soldiers, understand? Printo's expression turned solemn, and then he bowed in shame and said, understood, your majesty. I will pay attention next time. Once again, Tormid cast an envious look at him. After the military meeting, the Devers summoned the new senator of the kingdom, his brother-in-law, Alcibiades, and the shipbuilding merchant of Turii, Micris. Both of them were well-known merchants in the shipbuilding industry in the kingdom of Dionia. The Devers summoned them, of course, hoping that they could take the lead in cooperating with the kingdom to speed up the construction of warships. Due to the tight state treasury, they also hoped that they could agree that the kingdom could temporarily owe them the shipbuilding costs on credit. Of course, the kingdom would also give them corresponding compensation after the war, such as relaxing the ban on cutting down trees. As for Micris, the Devers also focused on Enanilus, who had long been released from prison and had been staying at home. They emphasized that Enanilus had been punished enough for his mistakes, and now that the kingdom had been expanding, there were always insufficient officials at all levels. Enanilus was once a senator and also served as a navy commander. He had rich administrative experience and was fully capable of serving the kingdom again. After listening to the Devers, Micris was very excited and immediately said that when he returned, he would try his best to persuade Enanilus to come out and work. Chapter 8:14. For Micris, he did not care much about how high an official position Enanilus would hold in the kingdom after his return. As long as he appeared in the officialdom of the kingdom, it would show the people of the kingdom the king's understanding of the Micris family. It would no longer hinder the family's development in business and politics in the future. Therefore, the atmosphere of the whole meeting became more relaxed. They also talked about the busy situation of the merchants of Dionia transferring supplies at the port of Ostia in the past 2 days. They also began to enclose their land, build stores, and look for business opportunities. In the end, Mycores left the Senate of Rome with a smile on his face, but Alcibiades stayed because the Devers was going to hold an administrative meeting here. The meeting was mainly attended by the assists, Nicomachus, Antrodorus, and some other elders, as well as some middle-level officials of important departments. Everyone, you are now sitting in the Senate of Rome. The Devers saw the officials who came in and took their seats looking around curiously, so he gave a brief introduction. It's much smaller than our grand chamber, said the assists. But the city of Rome is bigger than the inner city of Thurii, said Nicomachus respectfully. Nicomachus said flatteringly, judging from the density of the houses, the population is also very large. It is hard to imagine that your majesty took only one day to capture such a magnificent city. Nicomachus, that's a compliment to the soldiers who participated in this siege. The Devers laughed. That's why I'm proud of the amazing achievements made by the soldiers. Nicomachus responded quickly. The soldiers took down this big city, but it's up to you to govern it and turn it into a city that belongs to Dionia. The Devers' next words made the officials puff out their chests. After that, Devers began to talk about the main topic. He faced the crowd and said, "Before you volunteer to come to Latin, you should have some understanding of this region. You've learned more about Ostia, but you may not be clear about the situation we are in right now. Therefore, you must have a comprehensive understanding of the war situation in Latin." At this point, the Devers gestured to Herneapolis. Herneapolis immediately had 2 guards raise a wooden board with a map of Rome and the surrounding cities, and brought it to the Devers' side. "Sit forward. That way we can see more clearly." As soon as the Devers spoke, the officials did not care about their status and squeezed into the first and second rows of the venue. They raised their heads and stared at the map seriously. Rome is indeed the largest city-state in central Italy. The Devers pointed at the map and said in detail, "And its surrounding land area is no less than our Turias-Sabari plain, or even much larger. Although we have taken down Rome, to the south of Rome are its Latin allies and colonial cities. To the north of Rome are its Etruscan allies and colonial cities. In addition, about 70,000 soldiers from Rome are returning from the punitive expedition against the Hernici. We are now like a lion surrounded by countless wolves. The situation is very grim." Fortunately, the Devers' finger that was pointing at the city of Rome slid down the Tiber River and stopped at Ostia. The Tiber River is under our control. It allows us to transport supplies and personnel to the outside world through the waterway. However, if we cannot break out of this situation of being besieged by an isolated army, the waterway will be cut off after a long time, and Rome will be completely surrounded. The victory that we have previously paid a huge price for will be in vain. So, I request that all of you immediately get to work and take over the city of Rome. Not only must you restore stability as soon as possible, but you must also make it able to help us in the upcoming battle." The Devers' words made the senators and administrative officials present feel the pressure. Their faces were solemn as they stared at the map, but there was also a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. After all, most of the Dionia officials who voluntarily chose to come to Latin were citizens who refused to be mediocre and were tired of the overly stable environment. They were ambitious or adventurous citizens. The Devers glanced at them and felt their strong spirits. He smiled in his heart and said, "Next, I will announce the appointment of administrative positions in Rome during the war." The reason why the Devers emphasized the word "during the war" was to indicate that this was a temporary appointment. When the war was over, the arrangement of administrative personnel in the occupied territory would need to be reviewed by the Devers, the Senate, and the kingdom's officials management committee. Most of the officials sat up straight subconsciously. The governor of Rome, the Devers looked at their former herald and said loudly, "Will be appointed by senator assists." Before leaving Thurii, the assists had been summoned by the Devers. He knew the arrangements for him, so he looked calm. Nicomachus, Antroporus, and the other senators were obviously incomparable to the assists in terms of qualifications, but they were still more or less disappointed that they could not become the highest administrator of such a large city, which was considered one of the best in the kingdom. The Devers saw it and continued, "Nudum, Kinoporis, Mazania, Inona. Since the establishment of Dionia more than 10 years ago, the Assis has been serving as the governor of the newly conquered alien areas. His political achievements are outstanding, and he has rich experience in governing the alien races. This is why I chose him to serve as the governor of Rome. After a few words of explanation, he said, Nicomachus Anthroporis, you will temporarily serve as the adjutant of the administration of Rome and govern Rome together with the assists. There is also an adjutant of the administration that I have just appointed from Rome. I hope you can get along well with him and make full use of his role. The senators were surprised, but with their rich political experience, they quickly understood the intention of the Devers' move. They immediately calmed down and expressed their stance. Then, the Devers appointed several important middle-level officials in Rome, all recommended by the ministers of various departments. The commercial officer of Rome will be Flaccus. As soon as the Devers finished speaking, a Dionia official in the meeting stood up and said loudly, Thank you for your trust, your majesty. The Devers looked at him and said solemnly, Because of the continuation of the war, it is impossible for Rome to trade with the surrounding forces in a short period of time. However, there are many merchants from the kingdom. While they bring us supplies and wealth, they will also cause some chaos. Marigi praised you as the best trade officer under him. I hope you can manage them well and let them be of help in this war, not trouble. Please rest assured, your majesty. Flaccus replied confidently. The Turii Chamber of Commerce, the Lygium Chamber of Commerce, and a small number of merchants from Crotone and Tarentum, they have all donated a large number of military provisions and supplies for this war. So while you strengthen your management, you must also let them reap the benefits. We cannot mistreat these merchants who have contributed to the kingdom, so you must grasp the scale. While the Devers exhorted him, he comforted him. You don't have to worry too much. I have found a good superior for you. As he spoke, his eyes turned to the Dionia senator who had been silent at the side of the meeting and had just taken office not long ago. Alcibiades, I appoint you as the administrative adjutant of Rome, specializing in trade affairs. Me? Alcibiades was a little confused. Previously, the Devers had asked him to stay for a meeting. As a newcomer to the kingdom's political scene, he was prepared to listen attentively. You heard it right, it's you. The Devers joked. All the officials of the kingdom who come here have to work. Now that food is scarce, we can't afford to keep idle people. A smile appeared on the faces of the assists and the others, but no one laughed out loud. Those who could sit in this meeting were all middle and high-ranking officials of the kingdom of Dionia. They were all well-informed, so of course, they knew who Alcibiades was. I'm not giving you this appointment because you are my relative, but because you're not only a senator of the kingdom, but also the head of the Lygium Chamber of Commerce. You can better coordinate and communicate with the merchants of Dionia who come here. Of course, as an official of the kingdom, you must stand in a neutral position and treat every merchant equally, not just the merchants of Lygium, the Devers reminded him. Alcibiades was a little tempted. He remembered what his father had said to him. That's good too. Since you have decided to merge Lygium into Dionia, I won't stop you. But you have to understand that there are many powerful and capable people in Dionia. You can't do whatever you want like you did in Lygium. Although the Devers is your brother-in-law, with his character, he will never give you more care. And as a relative of the royal family, you will become the target of many people's attention. If you don't want to be the target of ridicule, then work hard. Gain a foothold in the Senate of Dionia. That way, you can give your system more support. Recalling the past, Alcibiades pretended to be hesitant and said, Your Majesty, I really want to work for the kingdom, but I'm not very familiar with the kingdom's laws and system. Sir Alcibiades, Flaccus said hurriedly. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. The Devers looked at the newly appointed commercial officer approvingly and said, Don't hesitate, Alcibiades. With Flaccus' full support, what else do you have to worry about? Alcibiades immediately said, Your Majesty, since you trust me so much, I am willing to accept this position. Library of Literature. Chapter 8:15. The Devers nodded at Alcibiades with satisfaction. Assis smiled and said loudly, Great, we have another good helper. Everyone immediately responded, and Alcibiades hurriedly bowed in response. The Devers then said, I have a suggestion. We should build a large market in Rome, where merchants can sell their goods from the country. The army supply camp can also buy goods here. The people in Rome can also buy some daily necessities. The original market in Rome has been converted into a camp by the legions. I think this new market can be built on the embankment of the southern bridgehead of Rome's bridge. This will make it convenient for goods to be transported from the port and for customers to buy. Of course, this is just my suggestion. I still need your business officials to carefully inspect the whole city and make a decision that is more conducive to the development of commerce and trade. Flaccus immediately said, Your Majesty, after the meeting, I will immediately start to handle this matter. Finance Officer of Rome, Archipides. The Devers then issued the appointment. Another person in the meeting room stood up. You need to build the entire tax agency in Rome as soon as possible. Although Rome has just been conquered and it is impossible to implement the land tax, we need to start collecting the commercial tax as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the army has defeated the people of Rome, conquered Ostia and Rome, and gained a lot of spoils of war. If we transport them back to Thurii, it will take a lot of time and manpower. It just so happens that the merchants of the kingdom are gathered in Rome. Discuss a plan with Sir Alcibiades. Pick out the spoils of war that are not urgently needed by the army and auction them off. Then, transport the gold and silver earned back to Thurii to fill the empty treasury. Yes, Your Majesty. Archipides answered firmly this time, and his eyes were shining. Agriculture Officer, Tibulus. The Devers continued. I have announced to the people of Rome that we will take back all the land and redistribute it. So you have to figure out the amount of land owned by Rome as soon as possible. Although farming is still not possible because of the war, you can still allocate it. Let the new members of Dionia and Rome know that we are true to our words. Moreover, we must allocate them the best and most fertile land. We must let them feel the benefits of joining Dionia. We must also attract the hesitant Rome citizens to join us as soon as possible. I understand, Your Majesty, Tiberius replied. Then how do we collect the land tax? Archibiades asked anxiously. Even though their physiques were different, this financial officer and his immediate superior, Murzas, had very similar attitudes and expressions when they talked about money and taxes. This made Devers feel a little amused. He held back his laughter and said, just like how we treated the newly conquered areas in the past, starting from the time the land is cultivated, the tax will be exempted for 3 years. After 3 years, the tax will be levied according to the land tax rate for official citizens. Archipides returned to his seat in disappointment. Rome's census officer Bordicus. Rome's judge Diost. Devers announced the appointments one by one. In fact, Devers rarely met these newly appointed mid-level officials before. However, he spent a lot of time memorizing their names and characteristics and accurately matched them with the real person. This way, he showed the importance he attached to the appointed officials. Now, it seemed that the effect was very good. I have announced the appointment of the main mid-level and senior officials in Rome. The rest of the people who have not been appointed will be decided by the governor of Rome, assists, and several administrative adjutants after a discussion. Regardless of the official position, I hope that you will do your best and complete your duties. I will be aware of your performance at any time. It's not that I don't trust your abilities, but why? Devers patted the map with his hand and emphasized his tone to encourage them. Because we not only want to occupy Rome and Ostia, but also the Latin Alliance and the colonial cities of Rome. They're all targets of the kingdom. There are several big cities here that are not weaker than Rome. In the future, when we appoint the governors and senior officials to manage these towns, you have experience in government affairs in Rome, and you have a better understanding of the Latin customs and the situation in the Latin region. You will be the priority targets for me and the kingdom's officials management committee. As soon as these words came out, not only were these mid-level officials excited, but even Nico, Marcus, and Draporus the elders smiled. At this time, the new governor of Rome, Assis, said, "Just now we have seen many people from Rome queuing up to apply to become citizens of Dionia. According to the speech that your majesty gave to them before, I am afraid that many of these people want to become public officials of Dionia. We will try our best to recruit some Greek-speaking people from Rome to serve in various departments. This will not only facilitate good communication with the people of Rome, but also help us better understand the customs and habits of the people of Rome, which will be beneficial to our governance. However, because they're all civilians, I am afraid that many of them do not know Greek, are illiterate, and have no understanding of the system and laws of Dionia. Therefore, most of them can only serve as patrols. So, do we need them to serve as patrols? If so, will these patrols be equipped with weapons? Are there any restrictions? That's a good question. The Devers looked at Assists with admiration. Apparently, before leaving Rome, after talking to Assists, he had been thinking about how to manage the city of Rome. The Devers answered without hesitation. Since they have applied to become citizens of Dionia, don't treat them as outsiders. Of course, we can let them serve as patrols. Besides, they should wear the uniforms of the patrols of Dionia. However, the patrol captain of each group must be temporarily held by our officials, and there must be a certain number of senior citizens in the team. This way, they can better understand our laws and system through contact with each other. They will know what they can do and what they can't do when carrying out tasks, so as to avoid being punished for making mistakes and causing discord. Your Majesty, but we don't have so many people to serve as patrol captains. The new inspector of Rome interrupted. We can let the soldiers who are injured and unable to fight temporarily serve as patrol captains and team members, Nicomachus suggested. Look, we have a solution as soon as you discuss it. The Devers smiled, obviously agreeing with Nicomachus' suggestion. Your Majesty, the measures you announced in the square today are aimed at the civilians and slaves of Rome. What should we do with the nobles of Rome? Assis then raised another important question. As a matter of fact, the Devers had already told the Assis about some of the measures they might take after occupying Rome. Therefore, the Devers believed that the Assis had brought up this question to let the officials understand his thoughts on how to conquer Rome. Therefore, he said in a serious tone, "The nobles of Rome are different from the Greek nobles or the foreign leaders that we have encountered in other areas. Due to various reasons, they are very powerful and have deep connections with the other Latin city-states in this area. Even if they surrender, the measures we're going to implement will seriously harm their interests, and they will definitely rise up against our rule. With their ability, the riots they will cause will definitely be worse than the UDA rebellion. Once Rome is in chaos, the other areas will inevitably be in chaos as well. Turii is far from Rome, so it's impossible for us to send troops back and forth like we did with UDA. In the end, we will have to sacrifice countless citizens and spend countless gold and silver to obtain this land. We will have to pay a higher price for it, and that's in the long run. From the current situation, we need to stabilize Rome as soon as possible and deal with the enemies around us. Therefore, I choose to absorb the civilians of Rome, who are more easily attracted by our measures, more easily integrated into Dionia, and have a lot of conflicts with the nobles to become Diolian citizens instead of the nobles of Rome, who will cause a lot of trouble in the future. After we defeat the incoming army of Rome, I have decided to turn the captured nobles of Rome into slaves and send them to Turii for resale." The cold tone and resolute decision of the Devers shocked the officials in the meeting hall. Even when they conquered the Pacetti, Messapi, and Downey tribes, they forced them to disband their tribes and suppress the rioters with an iron fist. At first, Dionia allowed them to surrender. However, this time, they did not give the nobles of Rome any chance at all. This was completely unlike the administrative style of the king of Devers in the past. Your Majesty, if we do this, the nobles of Rome will not have any chance to surrender. I'm afraid they will fight us to the death. Not only will our soldiers suffer more casualties, but it will also make it more difficult for us to conquer this area. Nick Marcus was the first to stand up and advise the king of Devers. Therefore, the punishment of the nobles of Rome will only be announced after we defeat their army. For now, We are only keeping them in custody temporarily. The Devers gave a simple explanation and sat down in silence. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the nobles and their families in the city are already feeling uneasy after seeing the difference in treatment between them and the civilians of Rome. Just like what Sir Nick Marcus said, the way we deal with the nobles of Rome will make the nobles of the Latin city-states around us feel disappointed. It will not be beneficial for us to conquer them in the future. Feng Yin Reading Net. Chapter 8:16. Assist looked at the expressionless Devers, hesitated a little, and finally said what he thought. Why don't we allow the surrendered nobles of Rome to apply to become citizens of Dionia? However, their families must be separated and moved to other parts of the kingdom. They must then accept the distribution of land again. The Devers listened and did not speak. He looked at Assists and understood that Assists had not been idle these days. He had been thinking about how to deal with the nobles of Rome. The Devers looked around at the others, and they all had more or less doubts on their faces. Was it really the influence of my previous life that made me have an inexplicable fear of the people of Rome? The Devers was also a little confused. He pondered for a while and said to Assist slowly, You could try to ask the nobles of Rome to surrender, but only after the Rome army has been defeated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Assist relaxed his brows. However, the Devers did not think that his chances of success were high. After all, it would be very difficult to make the nobles of Rome surrender after depriving them of their wealth and digging out their roots. At this time, Nicomachus said, Your Majesty, I have a question. The Devers looked at him. Nicomachus patted his seat and asked curiously, Why is this seat different from the ones behind it? It is not only made of ivory, but also padded with cowhide. It is very comfortable to sit on. This is the characteristic of the Senate of Rome. The seats you are sitting in are located in the front row in the center of the hall. Only the most prestigious and honorable senators of Rome can sit there. Therefore, it has to be distinguished from the other seats, the Devers explained briefly. Nicomachus looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I didn't expect the senators of Rome to know how to enjoy themselves. He also turned to the others and said, Come and sit with us later. Feel the feeling of being the most distinguished senator in Rome. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the venue immediately relaxed. Devers smiled as he looked at Nick Marcus, who had a rather humorous sense of humor. It was very interesting that the people of Locke, who had always lived under harsh laws, had unexpectedly produced a humorous political figure. The meeting came to an end in a relaxed atmosphere. In the end, the Devers encouraged everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, whether we can gain a foothold in Latin depends on your governance of Rome. At dusk, Vaucres, the administrative adjutant of Rome, dragged the new registrar of Rome, Porotacus, to the Devers and reported to him, a total of 531 people have applied to become Diana citizens. Among them, 367 are publicly owned slaves of Rome, 164 are commoners of Rome, and there are many commoners of Rome who are still observing. Well done, Vaucres. Please continue to work hard. You will become an outstanding official of the kingdom. The Devers were not stingy with their praise. Vaucres grinned. He was so happy that he wanted to laugh, but he did not dare to do so. He looked a little funny. The Devers did not mind and continued, Tomorrow morning, gather the people of Rome who want to become citizens of Dionia and assign them housing. Porotacus. Your Majesty, go back and tell the Assists that after these people of Rome have been assigned housing, immediately prepare to distribute land to them. At the same time, arrange for the people of Rome who are willing to take up public office to work. Make it big. Understood, Your Majesty. I will go back and tell the Assists. The Devers looked at Vaucres again and said amiably, Vaucres, Rome's new chief executive, the Assist, has just arrived. He will be your superior, just like the previous consul of Rome. In the future, you will need to discuss anything with him, and he will also arrange some new missions for you. He is a very good person, and I believe that the two of you will work well together to govern Rome. Vaucres roughly understood the Devers' words. Although he was a little disappointed, he still respectfully agreed. After sending the two off, the Devers leaned back on a wooden chair and closed his eyes to rest. Henopolis came in and reported, "Your Majesty, Amirius requests an audience." The Devers' eyes widened slightly. "Let him in." Amirius was originally a Latin slave. 10 years ago, he had been bought by the Dioria Intelligence Department. After a few years of special training, he was sent to the Latin region to be in charge of gathering intelligence in the region and establishing the Latin intelligence team. Most of the intelligence regarding Rome that the Devers had seen in the past was written by him. After the Devers led the army to attack Latin, they ordered him to lead his subordinates to coordinate with the army. This intelligence chief was actually only in his 30s, but he appeared older than his actual age. Furthermore, as he had been a slave in his youth, he was often starved, so he looked thin and small. However, the Devers didn't look down on him because of his looks. Instead, he said to him in a friendly manner, "Amirius, what surprise have you brought me this time?" After all, after the Roman army invaded Helniki, the detailed intelligence of Rome's emptiness had been sent to Turii by this ordinary-looking fellow. Finally, it made the Devers decide to attack Rome first, and the map of Ostia had been drawn by him and sent to the palace in a timely manner, allowing the Devers to find the key to rapidly taking down the port city. Amirius stood in front of the Devers and bowed respectfully before saying anxiously, "Your Majesty, my subordinates have already infiltrated the commoners of Rome. Today, they heard a shocking piece of news. Some commoners of Rome wish to harm you." Oh, the Devers wasn't surprised by this. Furthermore, he had been attacked several times over the years, so he was already used to it. He used his gaze to indicate for Amirius to continue. "Your Majesty, when you were giving your speech in the square, I noticed that some commoners looked displeased, but they didn't voice their objections. After your speech, a few of them didn't apply to become our citizens, nor did they listen to the soldiers' orders to return to their residences. Instead, they secretly went to a residence on Mount Siligo and stayed there for quite some time before returning to the square. There, they conversed softly with the commoners from before. My subordinates secretly approached them and vaguely heard them mention things like Camillus and the Roman army. They even mentioned your name. Then, 5 or 6 commoners of Rome began lining up, preparing to apply to become citizens of Dionia. As the Devers listened, he thought, from the looks of it, these people from Rome are planning to attack me when the Roman army attacks. Your Majesty, that's what I thought as well. That's why I rushed to report it to you." Amirius said as though he was taking credit. "Who lives in that residence on Mount Siligo?" The Devers asked a crucial question. Amirius was already prepared as he immediately replied, "I've already sent people to investigate. The owner of that residence is named Gaius Licinius Stolo." This name gave Devers a sense of familiarity, but he had never come into contact with this person from Rome. This left him puzzled. Could he be a famous historical figure? Although he's a commoner of Rome, he has great influence among the commoners. This is because his father was last year's military governor, and his wife is the daughter of a famous senator in Rome named Fabius Ambustus. The Devers' heart stirred as he waved his hand to cut him off and asked, "You're saying that as a commoner, he has married a powerful noble in Rome, Fabius?" It was no wonder that Devers was astonished. Based on his understanding of Rome, the reason why commoners in Rome found it difficult to cross the threshold of nobility was because Rome's nobility had placed strict restrictions on them. Even the law that nobles and commoners are not to marry was clearly engraved on the 12 bronze pillars. "Yes, Your Majesty. It's precisely because he's the first commoner to marry the daughter of a powerful noble that many commoners in Rome view him as the pride and role model of the commoners." Amirius said with certainty, "Besides, this person is rather outstanding. Although he's only 21 years old, he has already participated in several battles. Due to his outstanding contributions, he was awarded the citizen's crown once. Previously, he was injured in a battle between Wolsey and our First Legion and has been recuperating at home. Therefore, he didn't follow Camillus's army to Helniki." Devers pondered. In recent years, Rome had been invaded by the Celts, and the commoners of Rome had fled, causing the nobles of Rome to feel a sense of crisis. They had begun to gradually give in to the commoners. The fact that the military governor could be appointed by a commoner of Rome is the best example. This person's father was a military governor of Rome, and he had also married the daughter of a senator of the Fabius clan. Yet, he wasn't punished by Rome's laws. It's evident that the nobles of Rome have begun to rope in the talented and charismatic commoners. Thankfully, our attack came in time. If we had waited for Rome's licentious law to be enacted, the conflict between the nobles and the commoners would have been resolved. It would have been much more difficult for Dionia to use its current methods to dissolve Rome. Wait, licentious law? At this moment, Amirius thought of something and continued, "Oh, by the way, this Licinius might be young, but he's well-versed in Rome's laws. He often writes complaints for commoners for free, so he's deeply loved by the commoners of Rome. Gaius Licinius Stolo." Devers muttered the name as a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could this person be the Licinius Law from my previous life? The one who persisted in a struggle for many years before finally getting the Senate to pass the Licinius Law, which allowed the commoners of Rome to have relatively equal rights. Unfortunately, Devers' university major in his previous life wasn't history. He had only briefly learned about the Licinius Law, which had greatly influenced the course of Rome's history. He didn't remember the name of the person who enacted the law, nor did he remember the era, so he wasn't too sure. Chapter 8:17. Devers stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Keep a secret watch on them. Don't alarm them. Report to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes, Amirius, the intelligence you gathered during this period of time has helped the army achieve successive victories. After this war is over, the kingdom will reward you and your subordinates." Devers praised him without holding back. "Thank you, your majesty." Amirius had a look of excitement as his eyes narrowed into slits. Devers looked at him and said with a smile, "You must be hungry after a busy day. I'm about to have dinner, so join me." This, yes. Amirius was so excited that he began to speak incoherently. At this moment, in the temporary camp of the Roman army outside Prinister City, Rome's dictator, Camillus, was discussing the subsequent battle plan with his generals. "Lord Dictator, you want us to attack Ostia instead of Rome?" Minucius looked at Camillus in astonishment. Apart from Titus, who was in thought, the other generals were equally astonished. Camillus saw this and said in a deep voice, "To be precise, we should be assuming the stance of attacking Rome, but we will first send our army to occupy Ostia." Without waiting for the generals to ask, he continued explaining, "We all know that it's very difficult to attack a city. Previously, our 70,000 men besieged Furinorum, which was made up of defeated soldiers and had less than 10,000 soldiers. Yet, it took us more than 10 days, and we suffered quite a number of casualties. And Rome has at least 50,000 soldiers of the Dionysian army. We all know that their combat strength is very strong, and Rome's walls are so tall and thick. If we were to attack Rome with just an army that outnumbers them, it would probably be very difficult to recapture Rome." "Lord Camillus," Minucius interrupted him loudly and called him by his name. "As the dictator of Rome, you have the only power that can save Rome. The citizens are all waiting for you to take back our homeland. You have not even fought with the enemy, and you are already afraid. Are you still the hero who saved Rome? Where did your courage go? Are you still fit to be the commander of this army?" Perhaps it was because of his deep love that Minu could not control his temper, and his face was filled with anger. "Minucius, how can you speak to the dictator in such a tone? As a relative of the same clan?" Aulus immediately criticized the young man. Camillus was not angry. Instead, he patiently explained, "It is precisely because the army we command is the last hope to save Rome that we need to be more cautious. Otherwise, once we fail, it will be more difficult to recapture Rome. If the Dionia can capture Rome in one day, why can't we?" Minucius said angrily. Lucius finally could not help but refute. When the Dionia attacked Rome, most of the people they faced were the elderly and young, as well as the freedmen and slaves. If we attack the city, we will be facing the well-trained Dionysian army. Moreover, according to the reports of the defeated soldiers, the Dionia have made many powerful siege weapons, including many ballistae. Our most powerful siege weapon, the ballistae, was given to us by Carthage. Minucius was stunned and immediately retorted, "Didn't the defeated soldiers say that there are 2 gaps in the southern wall? Moreover, our citizens are still defending Capitoline Hill. As long as we attack the city with all our might, they can attack the Dionia inside the city, and then work together to take back Rome." Young man, the siege war is not as simple as you think. Why don't you sit down and listen to the dictator? Titus advised with a serious expression. Although he was a relatively young senator, he had a high reputation in the army. He was one of the main generals who attacked the southern part of Etruria and played an important role in several key victories. Camillus did not mind. He looked at Minucius with a slightly worried expression, then looked at the generals and said seriously, "According to the previous intelligence, this Dionia army is led by their king, the Devers, who is known by the Greeks as the Invincible General. They have just occupied Rome, and their morale is high. Since they're good at attacking cities, I am afraid that their ability to defend cities is not weak either. Perhaps they are waiting for us to attack the city to dampen the morale of our soldiers. So we must be careful. However, this Dionysian army that has occupied Rome still has its weakness, and its weakness is in Ostia." Camillus said loudly, pointing at the small port city on the map. "The reason the king of Dionia dares to attack Rome alone is because he has the advantage of the water. Dionia's warships can transport soldiers and supplies to Rome through the Tiber River at any time. They are not afraid of being surrounded by us. But if we occupy Ostia, even if we occupy Ostia, the Tiber River is too wide, and the Dionia's fleet is too strong. It is impossible for us to seal off the entire river." Minucius retorted, "Of course we can. If cargo ships want to go upstream to Rome through the Tiber River, they can only rely on trackers unless there is a strong east wind. If we occupy Ostia, we will be able to cut off the trackers. If our ally, Kislera, also takes action on the north bank of the Tiber River, we can basically cut off Dionia's support to Rome, and the Dionia's army in Rome will be surrounded." Titus clearly understood why Camillus wanted to occupy Ostia. Minucius had already agreed with Camillus' suggestion, but he was still trying to find a loophole in the plan. "But since Ostia is so important, I am afraid that the city will strengthen its defenses, and the Dionysian army in Rome will also send reinforcements." Titus smiled. "Ostia is a small city, and its walls are no more than 3 meters tall. No matter how much the Dionia fortify its defenses, it is impossible to make it as tall as the walls of Rome in such a short period of time. Attacking it is much easier than attacking Rome. If the Dionia send reinforcements, we can weaken their forces in Rome." Titus's explanation not only dispelled Minucius's anger, but also dispelled some of the doubts of the other generals. Camillus gave Titus a look of approval, then said, "In order to prevent the Dionia in Rome from discovering our true intentions in the shortest time possible, it is best to recapture Ostia as quickly as possible with the least casualties. That is why I've come up with this plan." Camillus looked around at the crowd, making sure that they were all listening attentively. He then said, "When our army arrives outside Rome tomorrow, we will start to build camps, block the enemy's exit, and occupy the river port outside Rome. Titus, you will lead the 25,000 soldiers of the colony city and the citizens of the Dionia alliance to the west quietly and quickly attack Ostia." "Yes, Sir Dictator." Titus knew why Camillus emphasized that he should lead the army of the colony city and the alliance. If it was the army of Rome, they would be eager to retake their homeland, so they might resist the order. Even if they obeyed, their morale would not be high. The other generals also understood this. Licinius said with some worry, "Sir Dictator, the Dionia may notice the obvious difference in our numbers and take precautions early. The Dionia are blocked in the city, so they won't be able to see clearly. We can disguise the citizens here and place them at the back of the army to confuse them." Camillus said unhurriedly, "I think this plan can be carried out." Titus immediately expressed his agreement. "I agree to." The other generals expressed their opinions one after another. What if the Dionia discover something wrong and come out of the city to fight us? The quick-witted Melugius noticed a loophole and reminded them. That is exactly what we hope for. Even if the 40,000 Rome soldiers are outnumbered, their belief in retaking their homeland will make up for the difference. Moreover, we still have troops guarding the Capitoline Mountain. The troops led by Titus will also return in time. The Dionia will definitely be defeated, and we can easily retake the city of Rome. Licinius said confidently. Menugius finally had nothing to say. At this time, Camillus looked at him and said, "When we march to Rome tomorrow, we will also send messengers to cross the Tiber River and contact the colony city and the Etruscan alliance on the north bank. Let them cooperate with us. I will leave this task to you, Menugius." Me? Menugius was a little surprised. After he contradicted Camillus several times, Camillus still gave him such an important task. "You are the best candidate," Camillus said sincerely. He did not resent Melugius for scolding him. "I believe you can urge them to send their troops and control the north bank of the Tiber River. I will definitely complete the task," Menugius answered with excitement and determination. After all, as a young citizen who had only served in the military for a few years, it was impossible for him to lead an army of thousands of soldiers in the upcoming battle. However, he wanted to make a greater contribution to saving Rome, and this task was the most suitable for him. Since everyone has agreed to this plan, then next, Camillus began to make more detailed arrangements for tomorrow's operation. The next morning, the Devers received news from the scouts. Camillus' army was marching towards the city of Rome. Literature Hall. Chapter 8:18. Camillus is finally here. After breakfast, another guard came to report. "Priest Caldus requests to see you." "Caldus, let him in," the Devers said while rubbing his chin. Divers touched his chin and said, he was very interested in the priest of Hades who came to Rome with the army recommended by Pleasonus, because his experience was quite legendary. According to the Greek tradition, the identity of the priest of the temple was usually innate. They were either born into a priest's family, or they were appointed by the dying priest. Other people should not expect to take on this sacred profession at all. Of course, the situation was different in the kingdom of Dionia, as the Devers wanted to promote the development of the Temple of Hades in their territory. They selected many servants from the ordinary people who were willing to serve the temple. However, in the end, they had to become priests through a sacred ceremony personally presided over by the Devers. This was not only because the Devers were also the high priests of the kingdom, but also because he was the descendant of Hades. Naturally, the priests of Hades had the spirituality to communicate with God. Caldus was a Ciliterian, but he was not born in a traditional Greek family of priests. He was an ordinary citizen, but because of the kindness he received from the Temple of Hades, he decided to come to Thurii as a temple servant. After that, the massacre of the Ciliterian city by the people of Syracuse made him study in the temple. After a few years, because he was proficient in the Holy Scriptures and good at communication, he gained the trust of the believers and was finally promoted to a priest. After that, he took the initiative to apply to Catani to preside over the Temple of Hades. During his tenure, Catani's believers of Hades increased greatly. He even spread the faith of Hades to Syracuse. Of course, he was also accused of using the money donated by the believers to buy slaves from Cilitheria in the city of Syracuse and give them freedom. So a few years later, he was transferred back to Thurii, but because of his outstanding performance, he was promoted to the chief priest. This time, before the army set off, Pleasonus chose the priests of Hades who would come to Latin to build a temple. Although there was a risk, there were many applicants, because those who could be promoted to the position of chief priest were all believers who had firm faith and wanted to preach for the temple. The reason why Caldus was selected was that more than a year ago, when the Devers presided over the annual assembly of the priests of Hades as the high priest, they mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, that the Latin region in central Italy and Rome might be the next expansion target of the kingdom of Dionia. After that, Caldus went through all the trouble to buy a Latin slave. The main job given to the slave was to teach him Latin, So he became the only one among the priests of Hades who was proficient in Latin and was finally selected. After all, relying on a translator to develop the believers of Hades among the foreigners would undoubtedly increase the difficulty. After Chaldis came to Rome, he did not listen to the dissuasion of others and insisted on going deep into the people of Rome to communicate. The Devers had been worried about his safety, but they did not expect him to find them so soon. The Devers immediately stood up and strode out of the hall, unlike how they treated the officials and generals the day before. Chaldis, who was nearly 50 years old, had already hurried into the Senate of Rome. He bowed and raised his hands, palms up, and respectfully saluted the Devers. "Good morning, High Priest." Since the establishment of the kingdom, when the priests of the Temple of Hades addressed the Devers, they did not use the administrative title of His Majesty. Instead, they used the highest position in the kingdom's religion, High Priest. At first, it was only a strict rule of the Temple of Hades, but later, other temples in the kingdom began to implement this practice. "Good morning, Priest Chaldis." The Devers solemnly returned the priestly salute and said with a smile, "You came to see me so early. Did you find something?" "High Priest, I'm here to give you a suggestion," Chaldis said directly. "What is it?" the Devers asked curiously. "Yesterday, you gave a speech in the square about wanting the people of Rome to become citizens of Dionia. But when I talked to them yesterday, I found that they were worried that we might destroy their temples and sacrifices." "Oh." Chaldis reminded the Devers that he had only announced some benefits for the people of Rome after they became citizens of Dionia. He had planned to tell them about the religious tolerance of the kingdom of Dionia after they became citizens. Because it was done during the conquest of the Messapi, Pacheti, and Doni in the Apulia region, the practice continued in Rome. But obviously, the situation in Rome was much more tense and dangerous than in Apulia, which increased the anxiety of the people of Rome. So, the Devers hurriedly asked, "What is your suggestion, Chaldis?" "High Priest, from my contact with the people of Rome, I found that they believe in Diana, the goddess of the hunt, Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, and the gods of the Roman people, Cales, Libel, and Libera. The people of Rome have their own gods." The Devers was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard about this. "Yes. Although the people of Rome also believe in many gods, they believe in more gods than us in Greece. Also, the nobles and the people of Rome each have their own gods, and these gods are the ones they worship the most," Chaldis said seriously. "Diana, Vesta, Cales, Libel, and Libera, these 5 gods of Rome have temples on Mount Aventine in the city, especially the Temple of Diana. I heard that it is worshipped by the people of the entire Latin region. Aventine, that is the main residential area of Rome." The Devers fell into deep thought. In the past, he paid more attention to the collection of political, economic, military, and other information, and did not pay much attention to religion. This was also because there were too many gods in Rome. Every river, every road, every forest, every crossroads, every gate, and every house had its own god. Even the priests of Rome could not figure out how many gods there were in Rome. Moreover, the people of Rome were far less devout in their worship of gods than the Greeks. They were more practical and more utilitarian, so he neglected to do in-depth research in this area. He did not even know that the people of Rome had their own gods. But this seemed to be a good thing. As the ruler of the kingdom, the Devers immediately understood the importance of this matter. He asked, "Do you mean that I should worship these gods to show Dionia's respect for the faith of the people of Rome?" "Yes, High Priest," Cardius replied affirmatively. As the chief priest of Hades, he actually wanted his own high priest to go and offer sacrifices to the gods of the other races. This seemed a little ridiculous. But in fact, in the kingdom of Dionia, the king of Devers was not only the high priest of Hades, but also the priest in charge of all the temples in the kingdom. And in the law of Dionia, the Devers had established the dominant position of the temple of Hades in the kingdom's religion, giving them the right to supervise the other temples in the kingdom. Every year, the main temple of Hades in Turiae would hold an assembly of the kingdom's priests, presided over by the high priest Devers, and attended by the scepter priests of all the temples in the kingdom. They would discuss and solve some problems together. If Rome was conquered, these gods of Rome might be incorporated into the faith of the people of the kingdom. As the chief priest of Hades in the kingdom's religion, Chaldeus certainly had to understand them clearly. In the future, while developing the believers of Hades here, he also had to ensure that the supervision of these temples was harmonious. Then I will go to the Aventine Mountain to worship the few gods of Rome that the people of Rome worship. I will go there today. The Devers made a decisive decision and asked, "Do you understand the sacrificial rituals of these temples?" "I understand them clearly," Chaldeus replied. "That's quite well prepared." The Devers looked at him approvingly, then turned his head and said, "Herne, immediately send someone to the Aventine Mountain to inform the priests of these temples. Also, arrange for someone to announce to the entire city that I am going to worship the gods of Rome." "Yes, your majesty." Henoboris understood and stood up. The Devers thought of something again and continued, "Also, get Amirius here immediately." The Devers suddenly realized that going deep into the city of Rome to worship might be a good opportunity to lure the snake out of its hole. The commoners of Rome, who had just joined Ionia and become patrolmen, held shields and spears. Under the lead of the legionnaires, they walked through the streets and alleys of Rome while shouting loudly. On the gentle slope of Mount Sirio, in a residence that looked larger than the surrounding buildings and had more ornate decorations, a young man from Rome was lying in a bedroom in the main building. His young wife was changing the bandages on his wound. On his left thigh, there was a long scar that had just healed. He could vaguely hear shouts outside. He listened attentively, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Hence, he said, "Cornea, go see what's happening outside." His wife immediately left the bedroom and quickly returned with a strange expression on her face. She said, "The untouchables who have defected to the enemies say that damned king of Dionia is going to worship their gods." Library of Literature. Chapter 819. Worship the god. Which god? The young man asked anxiously. "Isn't it just a commoner?" As soon as the woman spoke, she immediately realized that her husband was also a commoner. She quickly softened her tone and said, "It's the gods that you always worship, Diana, Vesta, Cales, Libel, and Libera." The young man was shocked. He lay on the bed and did not speak, but his mind was deep in thought. Cornea was born into a noble family in Rome. She lived in luxury since she was young and did not encounter any hardships. When her father wanted to marry her to Gaius Licinius Stolo, even though the young man was already somewhat famous in Rome, she was a little reluctant because she would be the first noble woman to marry a commoner. She was worried that she would become a joke among the nobles of Rome. But after the marriage, her husband's appearance, talent, and understanding gradually dispelled the dissatisfaction in her heart. Their married life became more and more harmonious. At this moment, she saw her husband's face had turned a little ugly. She quickly asked, "Stolo, what's wrong?" Stolo said with a solemn expression, "The people of Dionia are doing everything they can to win over the commoners. I'm worried that the commoners will really be deceived by the people of Dionia and give up Rome." In fact, when he learned about the speech of the king of Dionia from the person who came to talk to him in secret yesterday, he was greatly surprised, because the promise made by the king of Devers was what the commoners of Rome had been pursuing tirelessly. He had already realized the intention of the people of Dionia, and now the king of Dionia had disregarded his noble identity as a Greek and worshipped the god that the commoners of Rome believed in. In order to win over the commoners of Rome, Stolo was really worried that the commoners who were already in conflict with the nobles would all fall to Dionia's side. This would severely weaken the power of Rome and possibly lead to the defeat of Rome in this war. I'm thinking that if the elders and nobles on Capitoline Mountain knew what the Dionians are doing now, they would definitely regret being so harsh on the peasants. He blurted, "I'm thinking that if the elders and nobles on Capitoline Mountain knew what the Dionians are doing, they would definitely regret being so harsh on the peasants." Cornea looked puzzled, not understanding what her husband meant. Inexplicably, she was a little angry. That was the only bad thing about Stolo. Sometimes his words were too profound for her to understand, just like her father Ambustus. She could not help but think of something else. She still remembered one time when she visited her sister. Her brother-in-law, Servius Sulpius, was a noble. He had just been appointed as a military official and came back late. Seeing that the door of the house was not opened in time, he actually asked his subordinates to use the badge of the Legion to knock on the door. She was frightened at this, and her sister laughed at her, saying that she had not seen the world. Of course, she was very angry and left her sister's house. Later, she told her father about it. Ambustus comforted her and said, "Don't worry. One day you will surprise your sister in your own house." Until now, she did not understand what could surprise her sister in her house. When she thought of this, she began to miss her parents and her sister's family who had escaped to Capitoline Mountain. Her heart was instantly filled with worry. At this time, Stolo looked out the window. He suddenly thought of a problem. The king of Dionia had left the heavily guarded square and went to the crowded Aventine Mountain. This might be a good opportunity. Would those people be able to seize this opportunity? Although the people of Dionia ordered the people of Rome to stay at home as much as possible, and anyone who wandered on the streets would be strictly interrogated, Stolo, who had some hope in his heart, decided to send his servant out to gather information. However, not long after he went out, the servant was chased back because Dionia's army had already placed the main street under martial law. However, in the southern part of Rome, the Devers did not prohibit the citizens of Rome from going out and watching. They only got the soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions to set up a perimeter along the way. For safety's sake, the Devers even forbade his son, Crotocatax, from accompanying them, making him stay in the Senate. The citizens of Rome surged to the side of the road. Behind the legions, they could clearly see that the king of Dionia, who was once dressed in a gorgeous military uniform in the square, was now dressed in a plain robe. It was the attire that the citizens of Rome wore when they prayed at the temple. Beside him were 10 men in the same attire. They were the palace guards of Chaldeas, Aemilius, and Marcius, and behind them were more than 100 palace guards. Under the gaze of thousands of citizens of Rome, they ascended Mt. Aventine. The Temple of Diana was the largest temple on Mt. Aventine. It was built during the reign of King Servius, and it had a long history with many believers. Therefore, the Devers had made it the first temple to pay their respects. Originally, after the Dionia occupied Rome, they forbade the citizens of Rome from going out, so the temple was deserted. But today, the Devers had lifted the ban. Therefore, many citizens of Rome were allowed into the temple's courtyard. However, the passageway in the middle was sealed off by the legions. When the Devers walked into the courtyard, they similarly received the attention of the citizens of Rome. As for Diana's priests and attendants, they were already standing at the temple's entrance, waiting respectfully. After saluting and greeting divers, this old priestess Diana, who had white hair and beard and looked amiable, frowned as she looked at the group of followers behind Divers and said with a troubled expression, "According to the oracle, only King Divers is allowed to enter the temple to worship." After hearing Amirius's translation, the Devers immediately asked loudly, "Doesn't the temple allow everyone to enter to pay their respects? I'm not the only one who wishes to pay my respects to the goddess today. There's them too." With that said, the Devers pointed at the people around them and said, loudly with a hint of mockery, "When did the Temple of Diana, which treats everyone equally, learn from the Greek temples and only open its doors to the nobles?" When the Devers' words reached the ears of the citizens of Rome in the courtyard, there was an uproar. In most regular Greek temples, the main hall was usually not open to the public. Only the priests could serve them, and the citizens could only pray and offer sacrifices at the sacred altar in the courtyard or go to the rear hall to seek divination from the priests. Only when the city was holding a major celebration or encountering danger would the consul or general enter the main hall to face the statue and pray for its blessings. The temples of Rome were different from the temples of Greece. They allowed citizens to enter the main hall to pray to the deity. Even the temples on Mount Capitoline were the same, but there was a limit to the number of people. This might have something to do with the people of Rome's emphasis on utilitarianism and practicality. And in this aspect, Dionia was somewhat similar to Rome. They also allowed believers to enter the main hall. When the priest heard Amirius's translation loudly, a look of panic flashed in his eyes. Having been a priest for so many years, he had always enjoyed the respect of the citizens of Rome. He was rarely questioned in person, so he was momentarily at a loss for a retort. All he could do was lower his head and say in a deep voice, "This is Diana's oracle." "Priest, when did you receive the oracle?" Calbius suddenly asked loudly. "In the morning." "What time in the morning?" During breakfast." "Devers, the king only decided to pay his respects after breakfast. By the time you were notified, it was probably after breakfast." "Goddess Diana is omniscient. How did you obtain the oracle, priestess?" "Animal. No, bird divination." "According to Rome, isn't bird divination used to predict good or bad luck? Since when can it be used to decide how many people can enter the temple to pay respects?" This is the power of us Rome priests. You Greeks don't understand. According to what I know, the priests of Rome have never used bird divination to decide how many people can enter the temple to pay respects. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in the courtyard or even the people outside. "Who are you?" "I'm also a clergyman, so I wish to learn from you how to accurately divine that Goddess Diana will only allow one person, and not two or three, to enter the temple to pay respects. If I can do it, I'll definitely become the most powerful divination priest in all of Greece. Therefore, I believe you must be the most powerful priest in the entire Latin region, right?" This also, I would like to ask, such an important divination requires assistants and witnesses. Who are they? Do they have the right to divine? The repeated questions from Cardia monastery left priest Diana's face pale. She began to sweat as she stammered until she was rendered speechless. As Amirius had deliberately translated loudly, the people in the courtyard could tell that something was amiss. "King of Dionia, are you here to sincerely pay respects to the goddess? Do you still want to enter?" An attendant beside the priest suddenly interjected loudly. The Devers turned their heads and stared straight at him with eyes like lightning. The attendant hurriedly lowered his head, feeling guilty. At this moment, Marcius, who had been paying close attention to the temple attendants with nervous expressions, whispered a few words into Amirius's ear. Amirius immediately glared at them and suddenly shouted, "You actually have swords on you?" This shout was like a clap of thunder. The priest and attendants trembled in fright, and the people in the courtyard were alarmed as well. This was because the temple forbade the carrying of weapons. It was a form of disrespect to the gods, much less the priests and attendants who were closest to the gods. The temple attendants believed that their plot had been exposed, so one of them shouted, "Oracle of Diana, kill the enemy that invades Rome." With that said, he drew a dagger hidden under his white robe and charged at the Devers. The other attendants also drew their weapons and charged forward. Chapter 820. When the citizens saw this turn of events, they immediately panicked. Thankfully, there were soldiers maintaining the order in the courtyard. Top point, however, Divers and the others were already prepared. The guards behind them quickly rushed forward and protected Divers. At the same time, they also surrounded the priest and the attendants. In the blink of an eye, all of them were captured. They didn't even shed a single drop of blood. Amirius pretended to approach the criminals and pretended to ask them a few questions. Then he stood in front of the stairs and shouted at the citizens of Rome in the courtyard, "Everyone, these people are the patrons of the nobles. They have imprisoned a few priests and attendants of the temple in an attempt to assassinate the king of Dionia. Now, who is willing to follow me to the rear of the temple to rescue the imprisoned priests and attendants?" The citizens were skeptical, but someone volunteered to follow Amirius to the rear of the temple. After knocking open the tightly locked door, they indeed saw the bound priests and attendants. It turned out that the Devers' sudden announcement that they would be heading to Mount Silio to pay respects to the temple had given the citizens of Rome who were hostile to Dionia an opportunity. As they were pressed for time, they didn't have the time to slowly plan. All they could do was use the opportunity of Dionia relaxing its control over the southern district of Rome to secretly barge into the Diana temple. They requested the priests and attendants in the temple to cooperate with them and attack the king of Dionia. However, apart from an elderly priest who came from a noble family expressing his approval, the other priests and attendants expressed their opposition. After all, regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or not, it would be a disaster for the Diana Temple. Furthermore, committing murder in the temple was a great blasphemy against the god. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, these people decided to lock them up, strip them of their clothes, and pretend to be attendants. However, they didn't know that all of this was under the surveillance of Amirius' subordinates. Now that the truth had been revealed, the citizens of Rome in the courtyard began cursing at the criminals who had been captured. At the same time, they felt uneasy seeing the unsheathing of their swords and surging killing intent. Therefore, the Devers stood in front of the temple and announced loudly, "Citizens of Rome, this assassination was planned by the nobles of Rome in an attempt to instigate a bloody feud between us, Dionia, and you. Once they succeed, it will be a huge disaster for both us and you. From this, it can be seen that these high and mighty nobles in Rome have never treated you as fellow citizens of the city. Therefore, they have been constantly repressing and exploiting you all these years, abandoning you at the critical moment. This assassination has nothing to do with you. But how do you think we should deal with these lackeys of the nobles who blaspheme a god and attempt to bring disaster to you?" The citizens in the courtyard were infuriated by the Devers' words. Before they could make up their minds, a voice shouted from the crowd, "Let's hack them to death." Another voice immediately shouted, "Yes, let's hack them to death. Hack these lackeys of the nobles to death." Many people couldn't help but shout along. The Devers nodded with a solemn expression. "All right, we'll do as you suggested. Tie these people to the crosses outside the temple and let you vent your anger on them with your swords." With that said, he immediately got the guards to drag the criminals, who had their hands and feet bound and mouths gagged, out of the temple. Many citizens of Rome also left the temple under the lead of certain people. As for the citizens watching outside the temple, they didn't know what had happened as they asked. Therefore, the citizens who knew what had happened began to unconsciously add fuel to the fire. The Devers comforted the frightened priests and attendants of Diana. They led Caldus, Henneborus, Marcius, and the others to solemnly worship according to the ceremony of the temple of Diana under the gaze of the citizens of Rome. When they stepped out of the temple, they saw that the gangsters hanging on the cross were already covered in bruises and on the verge of death. There were still Roman civilians stabbing the gangsters with the short swords given by the legionnaires guarding them. The Devers continued to go to the temples of Vesta, Kelly, Libel, and Libella. Everything was much smoother. Not only did they not encounter any accidents, but the priests of each temple also actively cooperated with them. Even the citizens on the roadside looked at them with more kindness. Of course, the Devers returned the favor. He saw that the three temples of Kelly, Libel, and Libella were not only small in area, but the statues were also crude and crude. After all, the temples were built with money from the citizens. They were even made of wood. He immediately said, "When this war is over, the kingdom of Dionia will spend a lot of money to rebuild these three temples. Not only will the area be doubled, but the statues will also be covered with ivory skin and gold foil." The priests and attendants were overjoyed when they heard this. They immediately said, "We will proclaim the kindness of the king of Dionia to the people of Rome who have always been worshipping." While the Devers were worshipping the temples of Rome, the army of Rome had arrived outside the city of Rome. There were about 1,500 cavalrymen in this army. After Camillus saw the power of the Dionia cavalry in the Battle of Wolsey, he tried his best to gather them from Rome, the colonies, and various allies. They played a certain role in the war to conquer the Hernici. Now, Camillus dispersed the cavalry to drive away and pursue the scouts of Dionia. At the same time, he sent troops to quickly capture the river port and the granary outside the city of Rome that were not guarded by any soldiers. However, they were already empty. Then, Camillus ordered the whole army to start building a camp. The desire and resentment in the hearts of the soldiers of Rome was very strong when they saw that their homeland was right in front of them, but it was occupied by bandits, and they could not enter it. In order to let the soldiers vent their emotions and other purposes, Camillus also allowed the troops to take turns to send soldiers to the city to hurl abuse. Although most of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia at the top of the city did not understand what they were saying, they knew that it was not a good thing. They all requested to attack the Rome army and teach them a lesson. However, they were strictly stopped by the officers. The Dionysian army retreated into the city and let the Rome army run amok outside the city. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Rome were busy building the camp. Other than talking nonsense, they did not attack the city for the time being. For a time, both sides were at peace. Not long after, Camillus, who had assigned all the tasks and arranged everything properly, arrived at the south of Rome with his guards in front of the city gate of Syrio. An attendant rushed to the city gate with a token in his hand and shouted in Greek, "The dictator of Rome, Camillus, wants to talk to your king." The dictator of Rome, Camillus. "Legion commander, what do you think?" The officer of the 2nd Legion asked Matones for instructions. "Go and tell his majesty." Matones said to the messenger without hesitation. The Devers had just finished worshipping at the temple and were on their way back to the square. When they heard the news, they immediately decided to meet the famous dictator of Rome. Lucius and his guards were waiting anxiously. He could not help but persuade his father, "The people of Dionia have not replied for so long. Obviously, they're deliberately humiliating us. Let's go back." "Lucius, don't worry. It's okay to wait a little longer," Camillus said calmly. "For the sake of Rome, this little hardship is nothing. Besides, we can also let the soldiers see the hard work we've been doing." His words left Lucius in deep thought. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Sir Dictator, look at the top of the city gate." 2 large flags were erected on the top of the city gate of Syrio. They shone brightly in the midday sun. At the same time, the Dionia soldiers on the top of the city gate burst into cheers. Camillus's expression became serious, and he said softly, "The king of Dionia is here." The attendant who shouted at the front also rushed back to report, "Sir Dictator, the king of Dionia has agreed to talk to you." "Let's go," Camillus said and walked forward. When Lucius saw the enemy soldiers on the top of the city gate, he suddenly became worried. He grabbed Camillus's arm and said, "Father, don't go yet." Camillus smiled and said, "Don't worry. Didn't I say it before?" The king of Dionia, who created the kingdom of Dionia and won countless victories, and is known for keeping his promises, would not risk his reputation to deceive an old man like me. After saying that, he continued to move forward. Lucius had no choice but to follow him with the guards. The Devers had to rush back to the Senate to change into their military attire, because they wore plain robes to worship the temple. Hence, they were delayed for a while. At this time, when he saw the group of people from Rome coming down the city gate, he suddenly said, "Let's go out of the city and meet the dictator of Rome." "Your Majesty, this is too dangerous." Matones, Marcius, and the others were shocked when they heard this and hurried forward to dissuade him. "Even the dictator of Rome dares to come to our heavily guarded city alone. We, the people of Dionia, dare not to go out and meet him in our own guarded area." The Devers shouted resolutely, "We, the citizens of Dionia, are not cowards." As soon as this was said, the people around him could not dissuade him anymore. "Your Majesty, please allow me to go with you," Matones said immediately. Seeing his determined expression, the Devers had no choice but to nod. Matones solemnly ordered his officers, "All of you, open your eyes and look carefully. Once you see any movement from the enemy, attack immediately." The Devers turned and went down the city gate. The people who accompanied them looked serious. Only Henneborus seemed a little excited. Other than Camillus, the people of Rome who were advancing were shocked when they saw the 2 flags on the top of the city gate disappear. Then, the drawbridge was lowered and the city gate opened. Surrounded by the guards, the Devers rode out of the city gate with the flags behind him. After crossing the drawbridge, he stood in front of the moat.